I've heard of them. Seriously? They're like brand new. They're at guitar. So I don't know how I can hook you up with them. Yeah, but I know one of the big, matter of fact, funny story. It's not big. Guy who got me is an assistant. He ended up there. Yeah, it's not. Obviously, he's also. It would be interesting to see if you like talking them together to make.
I don't think it really matters. Oh, I don't know. I see what you're saying. I have no idea.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm gonna go east. I'm gonna east.
DEU. ES. Yeah. Okay. I'll be glad to like collaborate with you because that's for what I like. It was funny. Out because I used to do a lot of business for it. So it's one of the connection. It's a game where you try to put the ball in the hole.
Oh, yeah, like kind of like a
Sort of like a cornhole, but yeah. So the guy, I told him about that was Cape May Express was the Beach Blast.
yes.
So we just ordered Cape May Express. Yeah, seriously.
Wow.
Yeah. So kind of.
Just the event.
We'll do the same. And for that, we're trying to hook up them with it because we had 1,000 teams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We had 1,000 teams. So.
Do they have it? Not all American.
Eric.
Got it.
So anyway, I talked to this guy that showed
Yes,
up.
they are.
Right.
So he's like, oh my God, I don't know. I'm like, okay. So that's one I'm thinking because I thought he was in New York. That would be actually pretty different. They've probably never seen it. A little skill. That's an incredible show. I mean, you're looking to expand it? Or, I mean, it's skill. Okay.
These were the ones that were behind the bleachers with the nets on them. The teams had to carry them.
Sheldon, can you see? How do we want to do? Do you want a chair?
Oh, I didn't realize that was her chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're 5 till.
I'm
There's
just doing the national anthem and then you can have it.
Oh, okay.
so the national anthem starts when? Oh.
I think I'll do the rosters first.
When is the national anthem starting? Do you know? Soraya, yeah.
It's all good. Y'all do move down to the. I give you opportunity to these.
No, we're good. We got it. We talked to her. Thank you. Yeah, when are we starting? Hannah,
Costco.
you know when we're starting?
There's a CVS not far from Costco.
I guess someone has to make.
There is a CVS right across the street from Costco.
Yeah.
Or if you want to
AA
get
batteries,
400
whoever's
batteries,
doing
that's
that.
Costco.
I just don't. Oh, I mean. Like they're supposed to do the national day.
To the district region.
Say welcome to All American.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to start with announcing the rosters. RPD. One, Rundler from Grayson High School, Tennessee. Number 3, Allison Flies, New High in Minnesota. Number 4, Katie Shea Collins, Pope John Paul II, Tennessee. Number 5, Jayla Bradley out of Placenta High in Washington. Number 6, Andrea Leva out of Faith Lutheran, Nevada. 7, Maggie Dutra, Issaquah High in Washington. Number 8, Abigail Kopp, Jesuit Portland, Oregon. Number 9, Savannah Sanchez, Hope Christian, New Mexico. Number 10, Lee Felt, Sunset High in Oregon. Number 11, Josie Studley, Freeboth Jesuit,
Yeah, no, I know.
Indiana.
So what?
Number 12, Riley Wilpope, Carmel High, Indiana. Number 13, Alana Gibbs, Brooks School, Massachusetts.
Well, when I'm done with the rosters,
Number 16,
do you mind?
G.
Okay.
Gibson, Assumption High, Kentucky. Number 17, Olivia Scott, Bearden High, Tennessee.
So how about I'm gonna read the
Number
rosters
18,
and
Addie
when
Padelski,
I'm like on the
Nolensville
last
High,
for one of the
Tennessee.
girls, when I'm
Number 19, Alex Buck, Bellevue High, Washington.
and I'm gonna
Number 20, Kate Weber,
I'll just ask you like
Valparaiso
what
High,
are you
Indiana.
look
Number 21, Ashley Roney, Skyline High, Washington.
hopefully we'll be out of way. It'll be fine.
Number 23,
game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not, or I'm right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Elie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
It's match day in Charleston, South Carolina, and the scene is set for the 11th annual All-American Game. The best in the country meet up in the Low Country where the East take on the West. Welcome inside our broadcast and hello and welcome. I'm joined by contributing editor to Prep Soccer, Sheldon Sheeler. I'm Anna Whitty. Thank you for joining us on TopDrawerSoccer.com and PrepSoccer.com. The West against the East. The West women's soccer team roster starts with number 1, Lexi Grunler from Ravenwood High School. Number 3, Allison Fleece from Eastview High School. Number 4, Katie Shea Collins from Pope John Paul II Prep. Number 5, Shayla Bradley from La Center High School. Number 6, Andrea Leva from Faith Lutheran. Number 7, Maggie Dutra from Issaquah High School. Number 8, Abigail Cox from Portland Jesuit. Number 9, Savannah Sanchez from Hope Christian. Number 10, Ellie Felt from Sunset High School. Number 11, Josie Studley from Brewerbuff Jesuit. Number 12, Riley Wilpolt from Carmel High School. Number 13, Lana Gibbs from Brooks School. Number 16, A.G. Gibson from Assumption High School. Number 17, Olivia Stott from Bearden High School. Number 18, Maddie Podolsky from Nolensville High School. Number 19, Alex Buck from Bellevue High School. Number 20, Kate Weber from Valparaiso High School. Number 21, Ashley Ronnie from Skyline High School. Number 23, Hunter Burgle from Bishop Gorman High School. Number 24, Kinley Whitaker from Wilsonville High School. Number 26, Samantha Urbach from Waynesville High School. Number 27, Nyla Blue from Bearden High School. Number 28, Peyton Nakagarwa from Ballard High School. The East women's soccer roster, as you're taking a look on your screen, number 0, Maya Cheeseborough from Our Lady of Good Counsel. Number 1, Soraya Leach from Moon Area. Number 2, Peyton Smith from Milford High. Number 3, Sophia Bradley from Wayne Hills. Number 4, Sammy Jo Payne from Clarence High School. Number 5, Gracie Salas from McDonough School. Number 6, Gabby Chan from Albertus Magnus. Number 7, Linda Olmark from Nichols School. Number 8, Isabella Wynn from Ridgewood High. Number 9, Natalie Magnota from Episcopal Academy. Number 10, Rihanna Hudson from Greece Athena. Number 11, Avery Galante from Worcester Academy. Number 12, Alexandra Berry from Immaculate Heart Academy. Number 13, Stephanie Lathrop from Glenelg High. Number 15, Taylor Jenkins from St. Joseph's. Number 16, Morgan Coach from Pennington School. Number 17, Ainsley Moy from Freehold Township. Number 19, Caitlin Mara from BB&N. Number 21, Michaela Madler from East Brunswick. Number 22, Cassidy Corcione from Freehold Township. Number 23, Faith Graziano from Taft School. Number 24, Madison Schmate from Downingtown East. Lastly, number 40, Anna Croyle from Pin Ridge High School. Those are the rosters for the West women and the East women's soccer teams here today, minutes away from kick at Division II Stadium in Charleston, South Carolina. East women will get the ball first. Sheldon, what are you looking for from the East women today?
Well, the East women have dominated the last 4 years of this competition. Normally very strong in the Jersey girls, who kind of have been carrying this East squad for the last couple of years. And I'll be looking for them to maybe be a little more defensive this year and maybe not quite as offensively gifted as the past. But nonetheless, this is just a fun environment to get the girls of this caliber together for one last high school game.
Both sides are players that play their high school soccer in the fall. Every single player on the East girls side is committed to a college. For the West women, all but 2 players are committed. So there's a lot of players out here who will be playing at the Division I level and are still looking to compete in these games before headed off to college next fall. We are underway, and we will restart the kick.
Yeah, quite often we start the game a man down because there's been a player or two who's been a player or two who was named to the game but unable to play. So Eric will normally start the game with that player on the field and then just kick the ball out of bounds and then let a substitution come in so that girl can actually have the opportunity to say she did play in the All-American game, even if it was merely for 2 or 3 seconds.
Riley Wilpolt will come off the field. The Temple commit from Indiana led Carmel to 2 state runner-up finishes throughout her high school career. And West will start with the ball first.
Yeah, this year's West team has a lot more offensive prowess. They've got 4 girls who scored over 100 goals in high school, including one who had 170. So it's going to be real fun to see if they can put this together against the East team this year.
Ball played out wide to the West. Collins inside, headed, and it's defended well by Madler. West getting off to a really quick start, finding the first set piece of the match. It'll be a set piece corner kick taken by Maddie Podolsky, the Alabama commit from Nolensville, Tennessee. Podolsky in the box, headed, and that'll go out the inline. Good idea from Allison Fleece.
Yeah, it looks like the East has started Maya Cheeseborough in goal for the first half there. So we have 4 goalkeepers who each spend 45 minutes in goal today.
This ball played up the field. Talking with both sides and head coach for the East girls and Dave Patterson, he said that they're going to just have the approach in playing in a 4-3-3. We're going to give the equal amount of opportunities to the goalkeepers and just let the girls come out here and have fun playing with a brand new group, never played with one another before, but being able to expose their talent. This ball played inside, shot taken by Hudson, and that one's taken down by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, nice first scoring chance for her, and we talked about all of these girls being committed. Rihanna's she's heading to Florida State, who just recently won a national title.
Florida State dominated in the
national
title
exactly.
game Monday night. 5-1 win over Stanford. Shows how good this Florida State team is and the standard that they have. How do you see Hudson fitting in their system?
Well, she's exactly what Florida State likes. Tall, athletic. She's just really add another dimension to their offense, and as if they needed any. I think the one goal allowed in the final was the only goal they gave up in the entire playoff system.
Ball played out wide. Payne has it, looking for a cross inside. Foot on it. Cheeseborough will come up with it. Cheeseborough, the Boston College commit from Olney, Maryland, was All-State in 2022 and 23, won the WCAC this season and made appearances the last 2 years for her college. Good or rather for her high school, Good Counsel.
Yeah, Good Counsel's been a perennial East power under Jim Bruno, longtime coach there.
Ball put back into play by the West. This one will be tracked down by the West. Shot taken from inside the 18. That one will go over the net. That is Graziano. Rather, that is Borgel, the Bishop Gorman High School player out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Was the Sports Illustrated Top 21 player in 23, the 2022 Gatorade Player of the Year finalist, and was the Player of the Year in Nevada this season.
And her father was a former coach in this All-Star game. So it's a big soccer family there.
Ball played over the top, and offside is Shoemate, Downingtown East player from Pennsylvania, committed to Villanova. She's the all-time goals, assist, and point leader at her high school, two-time All-Southeast PA team. So much talent on both of these sides, especially in the attack. How do these sides need to play with one another when they really haven't been able to get on the field much this year?
They had one practice session. But the girls, and we'll see in the guys' game as well, they're so talented that they're able to just work with new players and kind of create some relationships and some synergy on the field despite, having very limited interaction with each other. Now, there are some people who've crossed over in club events and state-level stuff, so they're not completely unfamiliar with each other in many cases.
Several relationships with the coaches as well. Coach Patterson for the East Women's, coaches Corcione and Moy in high school at Freehold High School. As dispossessed in the middle of the field is Shoemate. West with an opportunity. Shoemate wins it back, and it'll go out of bounds back into the possession of the West.
Yeah, Freehold's had a great run. Basically, when Moy and that class came in, really turned Freehold's program and took them up a notch, and they've been a state final, state champion type team the last 3 or 4 years in New Jersey. Basically, coming out of COVID, they've been one of the top teams in the East.
Freehold Township, 2 state titles in a row. That'll be the 4th overall for Coach Patterson at Freehold Township. He's an alum of the school and is in his 18th year coaching. Also a math teacher at Freehold Township. So much that Coach Patterson has in common with that school. This is the 11th All-American girls game ever played. How have you seen the progression of this game continue to impact the girls game?
Oh, sure. When Eric started the girls, we're getting maybe a scoring chance here. When he started the girls game, he had the boys game already going before he launched the girls game. And at first it was tough to get the girls buy-in. A lot of them wanted to be done with their high school season and get into club. But over the years, people have seen the benefit of coming together and celebrating their career in such a way. And you can just see by the roster the quality of players he's getting. And this is like this every year now.
Eric Stratman, the founder of the All-American game, is in his 11th season for the girls. It'll be the 13th year for the boys. And you mentioned that type of celebration, but also being competitive and using these games to also kind of showcase themselves and get to know other people.
Yeah, Eric also, as he sets up the teams for this, more so on the boys' side, but even on the girls' side, there might be a girl or two who has either reopened her commitment or her recruiting or is uncommitted, and this is an opportunity to get that high-profile look for her one last time.
Mandler looking for the shot, easily taken down by the goalkeeper, and that will be Gibbs in goal. The USC commit from Massachusetts had 16 shutouts in her high school career.
Yeah, she plays in the highly competitive NEPSAC, which is all of the New England prep school teams. Now, it's interesting to note Eric was struggling with the goalkeepers in terms of getting good representation East and West. So he found a girl who plays her high school in the East but is attending college at Southern Cal and put her on the West roster. I think it's important to note, while this is the All-American game, it's actually only for high school states that play fall high school soccer. So we don't have representation on some states that play in the winter or the spring, and that would include like California and Texas and Florida.
North Carolina, South Carolina, where we are right now in Charleston, South Carolina. Some of these states do play their high school competition in the spring, allowing the players to get their club experience in the fall.
Right. And these states do the absolute opposite.
Right. Ball played out wide. That's Graziano. Graziano plays it over the top. That one will be cleared by Nakawara. A lot of possession on both sides here early, looking for that opportunity to break through as it gets played in behind to Mara. Whether that's Buck chasing it down, and the East will stay in the attacking third.
Yeah, I know when building this roster, he tends to have a lot of attacking type players because those are kind of the all-star players. And so I'm not surprised that we'll go 3 in the back for both probably this game and the next game. And those 3 are going to be put under a lot of pressure this afternoon for sure.
There's been that conversation between what type of formation do you play, a 4-3-3, a 3-5-2, because there is so much of that talent in the attack. What are you looking out of the defenders in this game because they're playing against such good talent?
Yeah, just 3 in the back, and they're going to have to really rely on the goalkeeper to almost be a 4th at times. They're all good, so I don't think we'll have a problem defending unless they just get overrun with numbers.
Nice ball.
I'll be looking for some midfielders to check back on defense as well.
When getting into the attack, played over the top to Dutra. Dutra looking for a teammate as Cheeseborough comes out of her goal. Deflected, and it'll be out on the inline, saving the East.
Well, when I said the goalkeeper would come out and be a defender, I wasn't expecting that outcome from Maya like that, but it's created a little opportunity here for the West.
West will get their second corner kick of the afternoon. This one will be taken by Podolsky again. Maddie Podolsky, the first junior to ever play in this game. She's a 2-time Wilco Player of the Year and is going to Alabama a year early, graduating early from high school. This ball played in by Podolsky. Over top of Cheeseborough, cleared out by Shoemate.
Yeah, again, to repeat, this game is actually for high school seniors, and the only caveat that allowed her to be in this game is the fact that she will be graduating early. So while she's kind of on the books as a junior, in reality, her playing career has come to an end in high school.
How much have you seen of girls their junior year of high school graduating early to become a gray shirt and get into their college system as early as they can?
Yeah, there was a time where it was, I thought, a little bit more common than it is now, but I see it with a couple of players every year, but not too many. Probably, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so that I see on the higher levels, and quite often that decision isn't reached until maybe around this time of year. So, there are some girls who will probably make that decision, but they'll make it so late that they would have already played their fall high school year as a junior and would recognize as a junior. And by the time they decide to graduate early, this opportunity and some other ones like that may have passed. But, it doesn't matter to them. Interestingly, I actually see early graduation a little bit more in football than I do in soccer right now.
Right.
But usually that isn't a whole year early. That's the difference. The girls will go a whole year early. The guys will go half a year early. Ball
won by Wynn. Dispossessed by Nakawara. Wynn plays it to Hudson. Hudson in behind. Hudson plays it across to Shoemate.
Like
Shoemate with a touch.
Staying well. See, it falls.
Ball played inside again, and that one will be blocked by Gibbs. multiple opportunities from this east side in the 32nd minute of play. Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Are you interested in outfitting your club or team with the newest selection of uniforms from all the best brands? Email sales@soccervillage.com. Call Wayne at 1-800-483-2690 as that shot's taken for another corner kick for the East. Or visit the Request a Quote link on the homepage at www.soccervillage.com. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. This ball shot from range doesn't go in, over the crossbar by Wynn.
Yeah, she's been pretty active here in this first half. Not surprising. UCLA bound, one of the top players coming out of New Jersey.
Isabella Wynn, New Jersey player from Ridgewood High School, U19 U.S. Youth National Team. She was the New Jersey State top 20 player in 2022. Had 54 career goals in her high school playing career. This one won back by East and dispossessed by the West. Ball played out wide. Back inside to Dutra. Dutra switches the field. Collins, 1v1 against Cheeseborough, who makes a kick save. And that'll be cleared off the line by East. East with an opportunity over the top. Hudson goes 1v1 against Blue. And that'll be head back into the hands of Gibbs.
Yeah, with both teams basically playing three in the back, we'll see a lot of opportunities like that where, there's space and chances for these girls to kind of show off their skills a little bit.
Played back into Moy. Moy switches it to Win. Win over the top. Hudson to Win. That'll go out of play as it's chased down by Buck. High school soccer has brought so much attention from the national level, getting opportunities at the All-American game. How does club kind of entangle with that, with ECNL, and kind of getting the opportunities and picking and choosing which ones to play?
Yeah, it's certainly an individual situation. And what I've noticed over the past couple of years, girls who are at high schools that have competitive teams, good coaching, they still have that high school experience and want to play for the high school team, and they're able to balance both. A couple more restrictions are placed on the boys. They got to kind of pick or choose. But there are some girls who play at schools where just the club environment is just a much preferred environment for them, so they bypass on the high schools, and they miss out on this opportunity. They miss out on a chance to be something different than what they are on the club level and be involved in their community. But for me, what I've seen, in terms of trends, is at times the rich get richer and they keep distancing themselves from the schools that aren't able to retain their girls who play club instead of playing for the high school, and it just creates some real high school mismatches.
Ball played out wide. Collins looking to go 1v1 and isn't able to find a teammate. Blue collects it.
I like the idea, but there was no one there.
Shot from distance. Cheeseborough easily collects that one. And you mentioned the high school and missing out on that opportunity, but also it's an opportunity to have fun and play with different players and getting that experience of not having the same teammates season in and season out and having to learn differently.
Yeah, and one thing that some college coaches told me that they like seeing the kids play in high school largely because the person's in a different role. They might be playing a different position. They might be being asked to be a team captain or a leader. They might be put in some situations that they would never otherwise find themselves in a club game, and it gives them a chance to experience those situations. So it's a shame that some girls and guys miss out on the high school experience for that very reason.
A foul on the East. West will get the ball back. In the middle is Podolsky. Podolsky dribble past two defenders and stays in possession. Good ball movement from the West. Over the top, and Cheeseborough right there to come up with it again. Maya Cheeseborough, 28 shutouts in her high school career at Our Lady of Good Counsel. Shoemate finds a teammate in line. That's Moy. Moy turning the corner. Moy to Hudson. Shot blocked in the box, and Hudson stays on it. Back out wide, keeps it low and driven hard. Graziano not able to complete a goal.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that Cheeseborough started the game because she just arrived today. She was kind of sick the last couple of days, wasn't sure she was going to make the game, and then last night the organizer got a text saying that she was definitely going to be here. They were on their way down. So good to see that she's in good enough health to take part in this competition.
Cheeseborough showing up today, like you mentioned, wasn't ready to travel yesterday due to being sick, but another good opportunity for a player in goal to have those experiences playing with different defenders in front of her and learning to communicate with different players before heading off to Boston College next fall. This one will be restarted by Nakagawa, the USC commit from Seattle, Washington. She was the 5th player by Top Drawer Soccer in the Pacific Northwest this past season, had 18 career goals and 15 career assists at Ballard High.
Yeah, historically speaking, the Washington girls who've played in this game have been very strong. A number of them have ended up being MVPs. I'm looking for big things out of our collection of Washington girls that are in this year's game. With Peyton near the top of that list.
And Peyton Nakawara, one of those players who is a defender, a true defender, which is something in this game that can be hard to come across. And she's bringing that stability to the West back line.
Yeah, because some of these girls might be club defenders, but they're playing high school in midfield or forward attacking positions, and now they're being asked to maybe step back and play a little defense today.
Podolsky all the way back to the goalkeeper who clears that one wide. East will keep it in the attacking third. Podolsky out wide to Collins. Collins looking to go 1v1. Collins gets tripped up outside the box, but it will not be called as a foul. Instead, it'll be a goal kick for Cheeseborough.
Yeah, that looked like a good call. I think the ball did come back and bounce off of her.
No, you're right. That right leg did not get any touch on Collins of Croyle. Croyle, the center back for the East from Penridge High School, all Southeast Pennsylvania team last year, and is a PA4A champion in 2020 and in 2023.
Yeah, Penridge has a very strong program coming out of District 1, which is a suburban Philadelphia area. It's highly competitive soccer.
Croyle going to Syracuse next fall, and as a defender, she's had 25 career goals, 26 career assists for Penridge High School, so can really do it all in that defensive role.
Yeah, actually stepped up and played some midfield in her career as well.
Hudson finds Shoemate. Shoemate beats Bach. Trying to find her teammate and Payne out wide. Payne stays with it, has an option back. West tracks back defensively and wins it. Wynn stays with it and keeps it in the East possession. Over the top. Graziano hits that one just over the crossbar for the East.
So I know some girls are looking for some goals here, and there's a benefit to scoring a goal. You get to keep the ball. They pull the ball from
Physically get to keep
yeah,
the ball.
they get to physically keep the ball. So as if you score a goal here, you get to keep that ball. They pull it from the game, put your initials on it, and it is now your ball.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, the flip side is if one of these goalkeepers can go all 45 without giving up a goal, they get the ball.
Ooh, so there's incentive on both sides of the ball.
Yes.
I like that. That is a great rule.
We almost ran out of balls a couple years ago.
I can imagine. Well, no score line here yet. We're still 0-0. Just over 25 minutes into this one. Substitutions made for both sides. And both coaches looking to get as many players on the field as Ronnie. Ronnie inside, has an option backwards. Shot taken. Cheeseborough right there to make the save.
It was Ellie Felt on the shot.
Taylor Jenkins plays it up wide. That ball will go out of bounds. And Felt, the Oregon State commit out of Sunset High School, she was the 2022-2023 Oregon Gatorade Player of the Year twice and was a Sports Illustrated Top 21 player this year. So much talent coming out of that Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's really been carrying the West teams in these games is the Pacific Northwest girls. But yeah, what a fun time at Oregon State right now. The men just played in the College Cup semis last night. Women's program's coming along. It's a good time to be out there, to be a Beaver.
A lot of dribbling happening in the middle of the field. And one will stay with the East. Ball played to Bradley. Bradley switches the field. Doesn't connect the pass. West with an opportunity. Stott from range. That one will go out of bounds.
Yeah, when I look at a switch attempt like that, I maybe the girls are kind of underestimating the defensive player's ability to kind of close that gap and intercept that pass well before it got to the other side.
Something different we haven't seen in this game, just trying to shake things up with a ton of new players out on the field after making that substitution at the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, I feel like this might be the easiest game to coach because really what's your coaching job? Get everybody equal minutes.
Right. And not having that time with these players just allows the time to let these players go out and get creative.
Yeah, let them do their thing. This is their showcase, and you don't have to, chalkboard it too much. Just go out there and do what you guys did to get you here in the game in the first place. Everything else will take care of itself.
Dave Patterson and Bill Pfeiffer are the two head coaches for the East. Peter Cochran and Amy Fonkum are the head coaches for the West girls team. Peter Cochran, 8 years at Bellevue High School, won state championship back in 2016 and 2022, went 15-1-1 this season. Amy Fonkum, out of Hope Christian in New Mexico, 4 years, has made the state game 4 times and has won the last 3 seasons.
Yes, Hope Christian has really become a New Mexico powerhouse. Now, they're a smaller school, so there's always some question, could they compete with the La Cuevas and some of the Rio Ranchos and the larger schools? In that first year, they couldn't. They were a goal or two behind, but they did it with all freshmen and sophomores, and then now they've grown in to be a legitimate state power in that state regardless of school size.
That shot was taken by Savannah Sanchez, a player from Hope Christian out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, MVP in the school's 3rd straight title in 2022 and in 2023, and is the leading goal scorer in New Mexico history, 170 career goals.
Yeah. That's the kind of craziness when I talk about some teams just not being that competitive. There were games where she was scoring 5, 6, 7 goals, and they're pulling her out of the games early. That's what the score was in the first half.
That's what high school soccer allows, is players to get those reps, to see the ball go in the back of the net, and club soccer provides a different look in soccer.
Yeah, for sure. I know we were talking about the coaches. I wanted to bring up Bill Pfeiffer, who's coaching the East team, is the winningest coach in Pennsylvania history, and he is such a unbelievable person because he He had led his high school team to a couple of state titles, decided to step down and become head coach at another high school, won a state title there, but didn't really like the school, left, went back to the other team, and won yet another state title. So he won like 4 state titles in a row with 2 different schools.
Very impressive. Bill Pfeiffer, Moon area in Pennsylvania, went 66-3-3 over the last 3 seconds and 3 consecutive PIAA titles. Most wins in PA girls soccer coaching history. Yeah. And PA is such a massive state. You know, we're just mentioning Western PA, but Eastern PA and Philadelphia and some of these high schools like Penn Ridge have so much talent.
Yeah, and even beyond that, because we do have a girl here from Episcopal Academy, which is part of the Interact conference. That's another suburban private school league. They're not even eligible or participate in the PIAA state tournament. They have their own state tournament. So, yeah, there is just tons of talent in Pennsylvania.
Ball played in behind to Olmark and not able to keep that touch by her feet. Gibbs steps off of her line to make the save. Linda Olmark, UNC commit from New York, the 2022 Gatorade Player of the Year for New York, and the 3-time All-Western New York first team.
Yeah, she's been part of a Nichols school that has been highly competitive, able to get to the private school state championships the last couple of years, and doing it with very high-end talent. Generally not quite deep enough to beat a St. Anthony's in the state final, but they are right there knocking on the door.
East knocking on the door right now with multiple opportunities in the final third. West defensively going with that 3 back, making several big stops. Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Visit www.soccervillage.com for all the latest footwear drops from Nike, Adidas, Puma, and more. Check out their extensive selection of licensed replica jerseys. Need the essentials, balls, bags, gloves, and guards? They have that covered too. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. Olmark inside to Bradley. Bradley not able to keep that shot on target. Sophia Bradley, the UVA commit from Wayne, New Jersey, the United Soccer Coach High School All-East region back in 2022, had 85 career goals at Wayne Hills High School.
Actually, one of her former high school teammates, who's now playing Division I soccer as well, just texted me before the game to say, make sure you say hi to her. She's one of my best friends. So yeah, there's people out there watching this game and taking in the excitement of seeing teammates and friends get to this level.
No score line here yet between the East and West girls. Opportunities on both sides. How can one of these teams kind of push it over the edge before we go into halftime?
Well, there's going to be opportunities, just with 3 in the back and how much talent there is up front on each team. Goals are going to come. I would be very surprised. I mean, you take a look at it over the last 4 or 5 years, the winning team has scored at least 3 goals, and in 1 year scored 7. So it's just a matter of time. They'll start to connect.
West back line connecting.
I would think from the East standpoint, the one thing they got to do is just start putting the ball on frame. We've seen a lot of chances sail high and wide. So that'll be step one. Put it on frame, and then we'll see what happens after that. West has been a little bit more efficient. They've made Maya at least make some saves.
Rihanna Hudson, that's Ellie Felt in the middle of the field. Gets stopped by Smith. East with an opportunity looking to go out and transition. Bradley dribbles, looks to beat her defender on the dribble, plays it out wide. Ball back inside. Not able to connect with the East forward in Morgan Coach. It's that final pass for East that they need to connect to make that shot on target.
Yeah, and I was thinking, when I was kind of making light about, what the responsibilities of a coach is, but I know in the past some of the successful teams, they would get that pairing up front of the girls who had actually played together, who were teammates or knew each other through some regional camps or whatever, and it had maybe a little bit more awareness of each other's skills and how to play them the ball, and that might be it. They, the East. They may need to go back in the huddle and say, you know what, we need to put all of the Jersey girls on at the same time, and do something like that and make
Right.
it work.
Bradley caught offside. West still playing in a 3-back. They have 2 holding midfielders, as that is won by Felt. Felt taking it up. Felt gets dispossessed out wide by Jenkins. Studley stepping off the back line. Studley shot from range over the crossbar. Great look from Studley, the first in the last few minutes from the West.
Yeah, and it's fun to see Josie out there, because I remember her as a high school freshman. I saw her play for Brebeuf Jesuit out at the Zionsville Classic, and Angela White, a former UNC player, told me back then, she said, you got to keep an eye on this girl. She's going to be special. And then here we are 3 years later, she's in the All-American game. So it's been nice to see some players mature like that and live up to sort of the hype that they got coming into and going through high school.
Josie Studley, the Dayton commit from Indiana, Brebeuf Jesuit, leading goal scorer and 4-year starter. She was all-district, all-conference, and the 2-time All-USA Indiana super team. Studley with the throw-in again for the West. Not many options checking to Studley.
Yeah, that's one thing they don't really work on in practice too much here. The set pieces or the throw-ins, they just kind of wing it, guys. You know what to do.
Trying to switch the point of the attack is Coach and can't connect all the way out wide. The East has been trying to switch the point of the attack often.
Yeah, and like, again, maybe we're not giving the defenders enough credit, but they're stepping up and cleaning up things and shutting it down. And I'm waiting to see Morgan kind of break through. I mean, she was a 40-goal scorer 1 year at Pennington Prep, Pennington School in New Jersey, and she's playing a little bit more in the midfield today. Maybe we'll see some things again. Another Jersey girl. You may see her move up top a little bit more and try to get to be more directly in the finishing end of things.
Shoemate and Coach will be teammates at Villanova next year, one's coming from New Jersey, the other from Pennsylvania. So not only is this an opportunity for high school players to come together, but future teammates at the college level.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. We do see that every year, and in some cases these girls already know each other through recruiting visits and social media and whatnot, but this is quite often the first of what will end up being the next 4 or 5 years of interactions between these girls.
East with an opportunity. That one goes wide of far post. And talking to Coach Patterson from the East, he said he's trying to make two really balanced teams when he's subbing on players and just giving opportunities for girls to shine. Not too many defenders, so playing in that 4-3-3 allows the defenders to kind of have more teammates behind them in case something goes in behind. East keeping this in the attacking third. Ball played out wide to Studley.
I'll tell you, this game, kind of compared to the last couple games, because I've been to all but maybe one or two of these in the history of the event. This game is actually moving a little bit slower than the other ones. I think some of the past games there was a little bit more pace to the play. And maybe these guys are just sort of that 5-10 minute feeling out period is stretched to be 30 minutes.
Ball touched over past Cheeseborough. That one will be cleared off the line by Mara. Cheeseborough stepping all the way off of her line. That was almost a great opportunity for the West.
Yeah, Caitlin's one of the best defenders in the East, and you know, showed it right there too by being able to be savvy enough to clean that up.
Caitlin Mara, the UNC commit from Massachusetts, had 23 career goals in high school and 9 assists for a defender. That's a very good number. 3-time Class A champion too.
Yeah. So BB&N, the school she attends, is a prep school power.
Ball played over the top. That one gets played back inside and will go out of bounds.
Yeah, so she plays at BB&N, and they actually were upset in the playoffs this year, or else she would have been a 4-time. But that's her high school team had been ranked as the #1 prep school team in the country the previous 3 years. Just loaded with high-end talent, and she had high expectations from the moment she stepped on the field there, and you know. It's a different level of ball that they play up at BB&N right now. They have years where, you know, all 3 or 4 of their leading goal scorers go to ACC programs. It's not uncommon.
Caitlin Mara, one of those players. This one will stay in the attacking third for the East. Trying to flick it on is Coach, but no one's there to make that run. That's been that last missing piece constantly for the East, is that extra runner trying to be there.
Yeah, that and the West have played some balls to some areas that they didn't get the runner, you know, in that space either. So you're right. We're just one player away from some goals here.
Down the in line is the West. Mara stepping up and winning that battle. Galanti over the top to Coach. Coach looking for Bradley inside, doesn't connect. And Leva there to collect it and clear it out for the West. Studley with all the time and space down the middle of the field. Studley out wide to Ronnie. Ronnie looking for a cross, not able to connect. Cheeseborough with a big stop. West will stay with the ball. Urbach back inside to Ronnie. That'll be cleared by the East. Much better for the West and what they're trying to do once they get inside the box.
Yeah, that was cleaned up. 2 good defensive plays by Gabby Chan from Albertus Magnus, and that's a program that had flown under the radar for a number of years. In the last 3 years specifically, they've stepped up and played a sort of a regional, national level high school competition and showed that they're as good as just about anybody else in the top 25 in the nation. You know, Gabby's seeing a little bit more defensive work here in this game than she would on the high school field, but that's what they need out of her today in this environment.
Gabby Chan, the Columbia commit, typically a forward, had 64 career goals, 32 career assists out of New York. Not only is this a good opportunity for a player like Chan, who doesn't typically play defense, as that'll be called off sides, is Ronnie. But for Chan, this is giving her an opportunity to play in a different position and show her coaches, college coaches, she can be flexible.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we don't know. Maybe she drew the short straw on this one.
You
right?
never know.
I think the coach has to kind of ask around, like, okay, who wants to volunteer to do a 5-minute shift on defense? But all kidding aside, you know, yeah, this is why this game is fun, because these players do get a little bit of exposure out of position. Just because everybody can't be a center mid, right? Or attacking mid. So, you know, they're going to play and be put under some pressures that they normally don't see, and you get to see how good these players really are.
Ball headed out of bounds by the East.
Because that'll be their reality on the next level.
Right. Versatility is extremely important once you get to that college level. because players can get injured and your roster's only so big in the fall, so you have to be able to play different positions and help your team out when need be.
Yeah, especially even if you just want to get on the field.
Right.
If you're locked into one position, you are really limiting your potential for playing time.
This game is made up of players that only play their high school ball in the fall. Sheldon, how have you seen the difference in players who play ball in the spring, but also players who play fall ball?
Yeah, I wish there was all-star games for all 3 years, because the winter season is incredibly high-end with the California girls and the Texas girls. Those programs are absolutely stacked, and it would be great to see a Texas versus California high school winter All-American game, but no one's put it together.
Shot from range by Hudson. Rather, that's Felt. That one goes over the crossbar, and no need to stop it by Cheeseboro.
Yeah, and the spring, I actually think the spring girls would have a great high school game, but just at that point, I think people were kind of done with high school, and you know, a lot of these kids are getting ready to go to college, and about the last thing they want in June or July is an all-star game for them at that point. So it's unfortunate, because there's a lot of talented states that play spring high school soccer. You know, states like North Carolina, states like Illinois, and on and on and on that play in the spring. Would really love to see them get a chance to play at an event like this.
Ronnie gets the ball wide. 3v2 for the West. Ball inside. That continues to go. Great stop by Cheeseboro.
Yeah, Felt tested her, but Cheeseboro was there for the answer.
Ellie Felt making that overlapping run. Keeps the ball on the ground. How about Cheeseboro's ability to read that ball and where it's going right away?
Yeah, she got down in a hurry. That was a nice save. And not to get in, and to save it and not give it up.
Down the other end is Smith. Smith all the way out to Bradley. And Bradley will be cut offside for the East. Rather, that's Coach on the other end of the field. Rather, no, I'm sorry. That's Taylor Jenkins. Taylor Jenkins trying to shut it down. Chan finds a teammate. And that will be it from Division II Stadium in the first half between the West and the East teams. Rather, no score here in Charleston, South Carolina. We will be back with more action from the Low Country after this break.
Elia can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not. Bottom right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Elia!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back inside Division II Stadium, where it's tied 0-0 between the East and West. A lot of opportunities from both sides, but either one hasn't been able to connect.
Yeah, no, there's been, like I say, shots just too high for the East, and shots on goal saved by Maya Cheeseborough, coming out of the West players. So as we talked about in the first half, we're just missing that one last crisp pass to finish things off, or the opportunities that were just over the bar. This was another opportunity, just went a little too far for Sophia Bradley.
Ball played inside, and the West has really had their opportunities down the left flank, trying to get crosses inside. But it's really been Cheeseborough who's stepping off of her line and making really big saves and good decisions for the Eastern net.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you get to see how active of a goalkeeper she is. And, like I pointed out, she earned a game ball for that one. The shutout earns a goalkeeper a ball to keep from the game. So she definitely had her work cut out for her, and to keep this one. I thought that opportunity by Ellie Felt was. I know Ellie would like to have that one back. She tested Cheeseborough, but not to the degree that Ellie would normally like to test a goalkeeper.
Cheeseborough coming out of this one for Soraya Leach, the goalkeeper from Moon area. She's coached by Bill Pfeiffer and will be going to Indiana U of Pennsylvania in the fall.
Yeah, and this is quite an opportunity for her to play. And a lot of times when Eric Stratman, who puts this game together, gets the coaches, he usually likes to have a player from that coach's team here as well. And Leach was the most deserving of the Moon area players. That Moon area, it's kind of funny. There's a Moon and a Mars High School out in that suburban Pittsburgh area, and both of them are state powers in Pennsylvania. So it's kind of fun to see that those teams have been well represented the last few years, and Leach is just going to be the next one for Moon this year.
Seconds away from kick here at Division II Stadium in Charleston, South Carolina. It's the East and the West tied 0-0 in the first half. Hudson standing over the ball for the East. Florida State commit. Few opportunities from Hudson early on in the first half. Wasn't able to connect. Then there were chances from Moy. Shoemate had opportunities, and the West really down this right flank is where they were trying to convert. We'll switch things up, and West will get the ball here to start the second half.
Yeah, you mentioned Hudson. Her older sister played in this game as well, so a little bit of a family affair. They're familiar with this format. But yeah, she was really active early, but we didn't see too much out of her hopefully she can make her presence felt for the East.
Chan will step up into the midfield in the second half, switches the ball to the other side of the field. Gabby Chan, number 6 for the West. Rather, that's Lavea, number 6 for the West. Faith Lutheran High School is committed to Washington in the fall. 35 career goals, 34 assists for the senior.
Yeah, Faith Lutheran has basically, it's about a 3 or 4 team race every year for the Nevada large school state championships, and Faith Lutheran's always in that conversation. And they they play a lot of games, and they put up big numbers. So it is not uncommon to see players score 20, 30 goals a season for teams like Bishop Gorman or Faith Lutheran.
Ball played out wide. Leva finds Ronnie out wide. Ronnie gets a touch, beats her defender. Ronnie takes a shot, and it's stopped by Leach.
Yeah, it didn't take long for us to get our first scoring opportunity.
Ronnie doing all the work on the right-hand side for the West here today. Awkward touch, and right there to collect it is Felice. Hudson touches past the goalkeeper, and that'll be a goal for the East.
Yeah, I don't think that's the way the East wanted to score that first goal, but they'll take it. Yeah, so that started with a misstep by the goalkeeper, and defenders weren't able to really clear it properly. And yeah.
Awkward touchback by the West defender trying to connect with Grundler in goal. Hudson right there. She's quick, she's speedy, she collects that and keeps it on the ground.
Yeah, that's one of the easiest goals Hudson's going to score. But hey, joining that Florida State offensive line, maybe they'll have some easy ones like that for her on the next level.
Hudson committed to Florida State next fall. Plays at Greece Athena High School in New York. Had 92 goals in her 4 years at Greece Athena.
Yeah, she actually played 5 years. In New York, teams can, in certain districts, you can be an 8th grader and play varsity soccer. And so, yeah, if you're that good, it's possible.
Ball played back. Grundler collects the ball for the first time this afternoon. The Michigan State graduate from Ravenwood High School. She's a 4-year starter, 3-time Tennessee 11 AAA district goalkeeper of the year.
Yeah, AAA is their large school classification. Ravenwood has been a state title contender the last couple of years, and they've been very strong defensively, obviously thanks to her as well. And actually, Tennessee has had a great run of goalkeepers come out of that state in the past 5 to 10 years, between the Nashville area schools and then Houston High School out in Memphis have all put up pretty significant Big Ten and SEC goalkeepers.
Michigan State, a team in the Big Ten who's continuing to really improve. And Hudson gets this ball out wide, played inside, cleared away by Felice. Leva wins the ball. Goes forward to Podolsky. Podolsky stays with it on the flank. 1v1 battle between Podolsky and Coyle. Leva switching it. Felt with her laces, not able to connect on that one, and it's Leach to make another save.
Yeah, I know at halftime the West coach said that he's very happy with how things are going. Obviously, he didn't get to see the first 90 seconds of that second half or so. But, you know, he's looking to make sure the players get enough time and hoping that he can get them, you know, working together a little better to create that opportunity and finish one of these plays. It looks like Felt's the one who's being the most aggressive to possibly do that. On the east side, they're actually looking to kind of stretch the field a little bit more and tie into that athleticism that they have up top.
So Leis with a shot inside the box.
Yeah, it was interesting to see her play. She's representing McDonough School out of Maryland, and McDonough's coming off an undefeated season where they won the IAAM championship, which is the private school, basically the top Baltimore area private schools league. A very competitive league at the top of that table with McDonough and Archbishop Spalding.
Foul against the West, and this will be brought up by Smith. Smith gets dispossessed. You mentioned how the West coaches want these players to get as many minutes on the field and get that experience because they're traveling so far from the West Coast, literally all the way to the East Coast, and getting those players those minutes and rewarding what they've done throughout their high school career, but also the commitment they made to come to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite a commitment because these girls do actually have to miss some school to come be part of this. They generally come in here Thursday and start to go through a couple training sessions to make this all happen.
Felt with a shot. Leach comes off her line to make a stop. Leach with 55 shutouts for Moon area.
Yeah. And so just to put that in perspective, so 55 shutouts in her career. The team's won 63 games over the last 3 years. So you got to see that's a pretty healthy number of shutouts just in their raw, 80% of their games are shutout wins.
Ball played over the top. Leach gets a hand on it. Header just far of near post. First corner kick opportunity for the West, and not able to connect is Ronnie.
Yeah, Leach used her size on that one. She was in better position to make that type of a play than maybe Cheeseborough was. or would have been rather. So, yeah, fortuitous for the East to have her in goal for that particular sequence.
Smith. Back to Shoemate. Shoemate connects with Borgel. Ronnie chasing this one down. Gets a touch on it. Hudson. Hudson with a goal.
Oh, here we go. Floodgates have opened.
Hudson keeps the ball on the ground to get her second goal of the afternoon for the East.
Yeah, so we'll see the replay here. I just like how she's slowed it down, played the defender a little bit, created space for herself. Perfect placement, lower right corner.
Hudson with a brace, and this match already, now 94 career goals at the high school level. Hudson had a sister in this game a few years ago who now plays for Notre Dame, so much talent within her family in the girls game.
Yeah, we actually do see this in the All-American games. There's some siblings, both boys and girls. We've even had one situation where there were twins in the game, and that's been fun to see that play as well. But yeah, it's, these players are cut above athletically, and certainly the Hudson family has delivered on that. I think that's like 8 straight years of all-state players out of that household.
8 straight years out of 11 years, so only missed 3 years.
Right.
The Hudson family.
Exactly.
Extremely impressive lineage. This ball gets played up by the West, dispossessed. Smith. Moy. Shot again, goes off the back of her teammate. Before Hudson gets there, Ronnie clears it wide. Slice. Looking for Hudson, not able to collect. Sanchez clears it. It's stopped by the outside back for the East. And Croyle looking to find a player over the top. Not able to connect. Croyle, the Syracuse commit from Penridge High School. 26 assists in her high school career. Playing center back and outside back here today for the East.
Yeah, like I say, she played a lot of midfield and defense in high school, so that's probably she'll be looked at as an outside back at Syracuse.
Syracuse, a team in the ACC, normally doesn't have as much success against the UNCs, the South Carolinas. How can Croyle go into that system and use her intangibles to have success at that school?
Yeah, well, I mean, ACC is so top heavy, it's really hard to get up to the top. But, it's just going to take a couple years. Syracuse has had some coaching turnover, so it's just important for them to kind of reestablish themselves and make those small steps up in the ACC, try to become a little bit more athletic to play with the top tier. And you get a couple results and a couple good recruiting classes, and you can turn the tide, reasonably quickly there.
Hudson plays the ball back to Smith, keeps it on the ground, collected by Grundler. Not only does the ACC have so much talent, but even at the national level, Florida State winning the national championship, beating Stanford Monday night 5-1.
Yeah, it looks like it started to rain here as people are heading for drier cover.
Hudson lays it off to Moy. Moy not able to get there, and West will get an opportunity. We've seen a lot of the East dominating the possession and getting the ball and bringing it up the field. How can the West just be a little bit more patient when they have the ball at their feet?
Yeah, that's a very good question because they're having to make some really quick choices. I'm thinking they're going to have to start maybe playing the ball wide or finding some situations where they can slow it down a little bit.
This
for
one
them.
touched inside, trying to get there is Stout, and she can't. Good clearance by the East to get down and not allow that one on Leach.
Yeah, it was such a beautiful morning, and all of a sudden the skies have turned gray here.
Still a beautiful day in South Carolina weather-wise. In December, it's 72 degrees with showers, so it's that perfect soccer temperature.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where you got the weather, maybe not the rain, but certainly the temperature is great for these players coming from the PNW and the Northeast.
Yeah, my wife is jealous that I'm down here and she's not.
That is fair. In Maryland, it's probably pretty chilly right now.
Yeah, when I left town, it was about 45. So this is a very positive trade.
30-degree increase. I'll take it any day. The West. Back inside. Leyva brings it down. Leyva takes a shot. Leach will see it out. Soraya Leach, the Moon area Pennsylvania goalkeeper. In high school, she went 64-3-3, won titles in 21, 22, and 23 underneath her head coach, Bill Pfeiffer, who's coaching the East here today. So that partnership as well, having your head coach here and leading you on this team, and how you kind of have that comfortability when you don't know anybody else who's playing with you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the built-in icebreaker, and that's why, like I say, Eric tries to do that to make sure that there's for some of the student athletes, we do have some comfort built in.
Smith has all the time and space in the middle, finds Moy. Moy keeps it going, and right there to stop it is Urbach. Ball up the other end. Borgel has Sanchez. Sanchez with a touch. Doesn't connect with Stout. And from range, that's a shot taken. Another opportunity out wide, and Stout can't connect.
I like, this is another aspect of this game that's pretty neat. That play was started with a little back heel from Leyva to Bergel, and they are absolutely high school rivals. Their two teams are complete rivals that always bid for the Nevada State title, but here they are working together on the field for a common goal to try to get the East the W.
And for the East, too, you now have a player on your team who you haven't played with before, but you've played against. So you know the tendencies, and you kind of have that familiarity to be able to work together in this one.
Yeah, so I think we might see some pairings, both East and West, with some girls who are a little more familiar with each other to make sure, they can kind of capitalize and work together and really show off their skills.
Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Are you interested in outfitting your club or team with the newest selection of uniforms from all the best brands? Email sales@soccervillage.com, call 1-800-483-2690, or visit the Request a Quote link on the homepage at www.soccervillage.com. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. Sanchez, not able to connect this time with another teammate. The West now have had their chances, really living in the final third of the field, just haven't been able to push it past Leach.
Yeah, they're playing with some more confidence. I think a goal could be coming here soon.
Savannah Leach, the player out of Hope Christian, is coached by Amy Funkum, the coach for the West here today. Sanchez, 170 career goals for the Albuquerque, New Mexico native, MVP in school's third straight title in 2022 and 2023.
So there are four girls on the West who've scored more than 100 high school goals, and not only did they score more than 100 high school goals, those four together have combined for about 550 high school goals. So I'm just waiting for the West to break through.
Not only have we seen so much talent on the West when they have the ability to score goals, for the East, they have so many solid defenders.
Yeah.
We've even mentioned some of them, like Amara, who's committed to UNC, making some really big saves on goal. This one brought up again over top of Grundler. That's a shot from Wynn. Third goal of the night for the East.
Wow.
Isabella Wynn, with all the time and space, with their left foot, just chips the goalkeeper.
Well, Grundler just kind of got caught in no man's land there.
Wynn just went for it. There was no defender stepping to her, and might as well take that shot inside the box from that spot. East now really finding their footing defensively in the attacking third, working together well. 3 goals in the second half.
Yeah, and look at the the goals are coming from a girl committed to Florida State and one committed to UCLA. So these are girls who are going on to high level of college play, and they're showing us why they are heading into those programs.
Isabella Wynn, UCLA commit from Ridgewood High School in New Jersey. Grundler coming down with this shot. Wynn and Hudson have had a really good pairing. We've seen them play off each other, not stand too close to one another. Why has it been so seamless for those two players?
Well, Wynn actually had played a little bit more of a midfielder type role in high school, and I think that's coming into play here. They have a sense of who should be doing what, and it has really worked for them right now. Making sure Hudson stays a little bit more forward and Wynn's right there just to be that next level behind her.
Borgel out wide. It's dispossessed. Sanchez to Urbach, who can't keep it in play. Samantha Urbach, the Xavier commit from Waynesville High School in Ohio. 152 career goals for the forward, who's now a converted defender for the West today. One of those 3 players who has 100-plus goals on the West roster. Leva inside to Podolsky. Podolsky out wide to Ronnie. Shot over top the crossbar. The best opportunity from the West today by Stout.
Yeah, it looked like Leach got a hand on it, and that was probably a necessary hand on that one.
Leach with 3 big stops in goal for the East here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at it, I mean, the scoreboard really kind of is lying to us a little bit, because you think about all the saves that Cheeseborough came up with in the first half, and Leach has made a couple the second half. This could be a 3-3 game just as easily as 3-0.
Urbach cleared. Sanchez keeps it in play. Felt dribbling. This one cleared up by the East out of dangerous play, and the West will stay with it.
Yeah, Felt was able to dribble around 2 there, but just one defender too many finally shut her down. Going back to that previous scoring chance by the West, I think Leach was a little bit shocked because she kind of turned around and saw how the ball was bouncing around. She may have thought that ball went in at first.
Leach, the Moon area goalkeeper, as the West with a chance Sanchez with a touch. Stout pushes it past Leach, and it'll go out of bounds. This will be another goal kick for the East. Rather, that's Ellie Fout making those runs on the left-hand side of the field.
Yeah, so Stout plays at Bearden High School, has won the last 3 Tennessee State titles. They've got a very lengthy undefeated streak going on right now.
Olivia Stout from Knoxville, Tennessee. You mentioned the 3-time state championships, but she was one of those players with 84 goals, 69 assists. When you have a player who can not only score, but be an assister, shows how selfless they really are.
Well, you got to remember, she her teammate last year went on to the University of South Carolina, and so a lot of those assists had gone to Bryn Murphy, who's now getting significant playing time at South Carolina. So they've had a good run of offensive players at Bearden in the last 4 years.
Sanchez dropping off to win it. West with a chance in transition, stopped big time by Galante. Slide tackle. Erbach keeps it in play. Looking for a team out wide is Stout. Stout gets blocked. Cleared up. Cox. Out wide to Podolsky. Podolsky inside. Cleared by Croyle. Substitutions made on both sides. It's
Entire
that
teams.
hockey line change. We see it at UNC. We see it in hockey. And we'll see it in the All-American games here this afternoon. These coaches wanting to get as much out of these players that are committed and making that travel trip to come down here and play.
Absolutely. These girls could probably put on the sweats. Their day's probably done. For the ones coming off the field now, you got 20-plus minutes for our other group here, and we get to call it a day. Well, I was going to say that rain that passed over was pretty quick. So nice to see that that's cleared up for us, and the skies are beginning to look a little nicer out there now.
20 minutes remaining here in the East versus West girls game. 3 goals to the East, all in the second half as this cleared off the near post. Ball back inside. Leach doesn't get a touch off the crossbar, and all the way cleared by Mara. Track all the way back to Grunler. Lexi Grunler, the Michigan State commit, in goal for the West this afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say defensively, Katie Shea Collins there really tracked back on defense quickly. She really showed her speed and able to get back there and clean that up for the West.
Nakawara inside, stopped. Buck with a shot, blocked again.
She took 2 for the team on that one.
East now with an opportunity going out, finding Shoemate. Shoemate with a runner, lets Bradley go, well read by Nyla Blue. Bradley. Inside Bradley. Back into the possession of the West. Alex Buck trying to clear it up. Defensively, Corcione plays it back to Leach. East defensively have figured out their structure and have not allowed the West to break through with those balls over the top.
Yeah, and Croyle has been there to clean up so much stuff this afternoon. Props to these girls for playing that hard defensively.
West with a little bit of possession, looking to switch the point of attack, can't do so. East will get a chance to bring it down. Gabby Chan, the Columbia commit from Albertus Magnus in New York, playing on the right-hand side of the field today for the East. Chan open on the right-hand side of the field, instead goes direct to Bradley. Doesn't get a good touch going forward, and the West defensively will win it back. Olmark to Bradley.
Bradley had Chan right here wide open on the right wing. That was that pass that didn't happen that should have.
East has been really direct, and defensively they track back in time to clear it. His coach playing on the defensive line now for the East.
Yeah, really impressed with her versatility. Like I say, in high school, she was known as a finisher, right up top scoring goals, and now she's chipping in on the defensive side.
Cox trying to connect with Studley, can't do so. Bradley has become the main target for the East once Hudson has come off the field.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, physically similar, tall, athletic girl, and she's playing a little further back than Hudson does, but she's definitely become the focal point for this team right now, offensively.
Bradley looking to play it back inside. Bradley turns the corner. This one will go out of bounds and will turn into another corner kick for the East. Sophia Bradley, UVA commit from Wayne Hills, New Jersey. And she's been played more of a false nine than Hudson. Hudson's been that main target, staying and keeping the West defense honest. Hudson feels the ability to kind of roam a little bit more and drop off to win it at her feet. As you can see, the East and West boys are preparing, so make sure you stick with us for their game right after this one. Olmark. This one not able to connect. Dutra. And East will win the ball back going forward. Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Visit www.soccervillage.com for all the latest footwear drops from Nike, Adidas, Puma, and more. Check out their extensive selection of licensed replica jerseys. Need the essentials, balls, bags, gloves, and guards? They have that covered too. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. Kate Weber, the DePaul commit from Valparaiso High School, playing center back for the West. This one goes inside. Not able to connect, but Buck is there to keep it in bounds. Buck. Just under 15 minutes to go here at Division II Stadium in Charleston, South Carolina. East with 3 goals in the second half. It was a really slow start to this match. Neither one could figure out their footing. Finally, East really pushed through with Hudson. Yeah,
and some of that was just defensive breakdowns, more so than the East really creating some of those chances. But once they got the opportunity, player of Hudson's quality was able to finish those mistakes and turn this into a 3-0 game. And it looks like a 5th straight comfortable win for the East in this matchup.
Chan gets stopped by Collins. Katie Shea Collins, who played on the right flank to start the match for the West, now transitioning into a left back position. Collins going to college just an hour and a half down the road at South Carolina. She is from Tennessee and Pope John Paul II prep. 106 career goals for the forward.
I think they just added the word prep to that school name just to make it just a little bit longer than it already was.
They wanted to make our jobs extremely hard, and they did that. Ball played, shot from range, and that will not need Grunler to make a stop.
Yeah, when that school first opened in the Hendersonville area, I just went by some letter abbreviations, like PJXII type of thing. And man, they've just been adding letters and phrases to that ever since.
Anything else would be helpful. Hopefully they're listening. Maybe next year.
Yeah.
East with time on the back line. Not too much high pressure from the West. Leading that is Dutra. Chan wins back possession. Finds Moy in the middle of the field. Rather, that's Jenkins. Jenkins giving it to Mara. Jenkins. It's broken up by Collins. Collins right down the middle of the field, has all the time and space. Now she plays it off. Not able to corral that ball in is Dutra, but a good one, a good look.
Yeah, good run by Collins. I would have preferred her just to keep that ball a little bit longer. She had space and opportunity. She didn't really need to give it up there. She might have been able to create a little more dangerous opportunity if she would have maybe carried that 5-10 more yards. But you definitely got a chance to see her show off her speed.
Collins is really familiar in that position as a true forward. She knows what it's like to have the ball at her feet in the attacking third, but sometimes just a little too much time and space where you get in your own head about what you want to do with it next.
Yeah. And I wonder if there's any kind of, I don't want to, as a player, I don't know if any of them are thinking like, I don't want to look like a ball hog. I got to give this thing up. And they make that pass maybe a little earlier than they needed to. So it looks like we're going to have a corner here for the West. Another opportunity.
Just under 12 to go in this match. The East with 3 goals in the second half, 2 by Hudson and 1 by Wynn. Kick inside over all the heads. Shot cleared by the East. And the West will have another opportunity to give it a go as they'll stay in a little bit more of this possession.
Yeah, that was Cassidy Corcione who cleared that ball off the line. And I'll tell you, there's been, the East defenders have stepped up when called on. They've cleared a few balls off the line today that could make this a much different score line.
West trying to keep it in play, can't do so, and Cassidy Corcione will throw it back in bounds. Corcione, the Freehold Township high school player, plays for Dave Patterson at the high school level as Bradley breaks through 2 defenders, lays it off, hits the crossbar by Coach rather. Really good build-up play by the East.
Yeah, that was a really nice combo.
Coach getting unlucky by that crossbar. th annual matchup between the East and West. Shoemate will take this one back in bounds for the East. Shoemate, the Villanova commit from Downingtown East, 63 goals for her high school, has become the all-time goal, assist, and point leader, and a 2-time All-Southeast Pennsylvania team.
Yeah, so it wasn't that long ago. Downingtown East did not exist, and those kids all went to one central Downingtown high school, and it was quite the powerhouse. They split the school into 2, and yeah, so they're both pretty good, but boy, they used to be dynamite when you had two schools that are each about 2,400 kids all under one roof.
A lot of good talent comes out of that Downingtown area where because you have the club levels as well. You have PDA and Pin Fusion.
Yeah, you've got that collection. They're down there with all of the Philadelphia, the Delco clubs, and all of the prominent Philadelphia clubs. But in addition, they're close enough to the New Jersey, so they're some of the girls go across to play for teams like Match Fit or PDA, certainly down in the South.
Olmark with a cross
nice.
to Bradley. Bradley not able to corral that one in time, and Nakagawara comes down with it.
Yeah, nice defensive play to get back and break that up by Peyton. But back to that Philadelphia area comment, I think that contributes to the depth of those high school teams because so many of those girls are playing for some club team in that area. So it's not like an area that's kind of a bit of a vacuum for club teams or club opportunities. So and all of those teams, Downingtown East, Downingtown High, Penn Ridge, Neshaminy, all of those schools in that District 1 top tier, pretty much all 11 starters play for a name brand club team.
Chan with a shot right to Grundler. It's so important to have talented high school teams that can feed into the club and can push the clubs to get better, but also the clubs to push for the high schools to get better. And we really do see that in the Northeast specifically.
We certainly do. And I would say, I'd give a big shout out to PDA in New Jersey because they actually encourage the girls to play high school ball. Even when they were pulled out into a club environment where the ask was, to go year round, PDA pushed back and changed their affiliation in order to keep their girls playing high school soccer because that's really what the girls wanted to do, and they saw the benefit of it as well. So, love to see clubs like that be community and civic minded.
Mara playing it off to Leach, who clears it back up the field. It's so important for players to play high school ball as well, not just because of you want to grow the high school game, but also it's great to meet new people and have those types of friendships and meet new people in your area. Shot. That's Dutra. Makes Leach make a big save in net.
Yeah, she is definitely using her length and to keep this shutout alive for the East. Leach, that is.
Leach stepping off of her line, has to come up with that save with her right hand. West with another corner kick, just about 5 minutes to go as East leads 3-0. Cleared by Bradley. Stout keeps it in play. Stout not able to get that one off, and it'll turn into another goal kick.
I know at the end of the game they'll announce an East and a West team MVP. Has something as the minutes wind down now, we could probably start to discuss that amongst ourselves. I think probably Hudson becomes the easy call on the East. West, that might be a little trickier.
Just under 4 minutes to go. Anything can happen for the West. We've seen some opportunities, and it's Rihanna, the Florida State commit. Rihanna Hudson, the Florida State commit, will be named the MVP for the East here today with a brace in this game. The West has been by committee. We haven't seen one player stick out when it comes to the goal scoring or committing and giving that extra oomph. in the final third.
Yeah, and even defensively, I don't know if maybe we look back to the first half to see if there's a defender who's played well for the West for the whole game. But yeah, we've been calling different names at different times. I mean, we've had Collins being mentioned a lot, Lavia being mentioned a lot, Dutra on some of her attacking. Ellie Felt had great opportunities to score. Padalinski for a while was a difference maker. I don't know if who they'll call out to be perhaps the West MVP, but it might come from that group of 5 or 6 girls.
Nakagawara has been excellent.
Yeah, she's been
on
up
the
there
back
as well.
line. As Bach can't keep it in control. That one is cleared by Mandler.
It's almost like there's been several players who've had 5 or 10 really good minutes for the West. Even Josie Studley for a while. We were calling her name for a bit.
One thing that we've seen from the high school level and why the talent when it comes to the ability to keep the ball and be super technical is the rise of the women's game at the professional level, and these high school players being able to actually watch professional women play the game and kind of replicate their game off of it.
Yeah, and I've been covering soccer for a long time. And just to me, the growth of the women's game has been phenomenal. And yeah, and every opportunity like that helps. It pushes the game a little bit higher, a little bit further. And, we're blessed to have a large athletic country and good coaching and plenty of opportunity, and they're making the most of it here.
Jenkins with an opportunity, goes down the middle, takes the shot. Grunler corrals it.
Yeah, Taylor Jenkins goes to St. Joseph High School, and which has been a powerhouse in Connecticut. And there's an interesting Connecticut little caveat because it's a state where the private schools are eligible to play in the state playoffs, so they have a success factor. So instead of the school being based in the classification on its enrollment, if a school reaches the state quarterfinals or higher 2 out of 3 years, they automatically get promoted to the next level up in enrollment.
Wow.
So it kind of keeps you almost, it's not quite promotion relegation, but it has that feel.
Relegation.
Yeah, so it does then, prevent some small private schools like a St. Joseph from dominating a small school classification. They got to play with the big, with the big boys and girls,
It's important because, the talent is spread out from the public schools and the private schools and the prep schools. And you want to make sure that depending on what team is good, can they compete with the bigger schools that have a bigger pool of talent to pull from?
Yeah, and they figure, some of these schools like St. Joseph that gets girls to come there to play soccer, that the appropriate competition level is whatever the largest public high school you can. Oh,
Buck with a shot from range. Just under seconds to go, and that is won by Studley.
Here we go,
Past
Josie
Leach.
Studley. I just mentioned her as a possibility. Nice strike, nice left-footed strike from distance from her. Leach got a hand on it, but just too powerful.
Studley with a great shot, and that will do it for the East versus West game. Studley able to push it past Leach in the final remaining seconds, and she has done a great job. Maddie Podolsky has been named the MVP for the West this afternoon. For the East, Rihanna Hudson with a brace in this East versus West game. Thanks so much for joining us here on PrepSoccer.com and TopDrawerSoccer.com. For my entire crew and for my analyst, Sheldon Shaler, I'm Anna Whitty. Make sure to stick around. The men's game will be on this channel right after this break.
Elie can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart. but hesitant. I'm not, or I'm right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Elie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
Elie can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not. Bottom right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Elie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
It's match day in Charleston, South Carolina, and the scene is set for the 13th annual All-American Boys Game. The best in the country meet up in the Low Country, where the East take on the West. Hello and welcome to Charleston, South Carolina, alongside St. Ignatius Boys head coach Mike McLaughlin. I'm Anna Whitty. Thank you so much for joining us on TopDrawerSoccer.com and PrepSoccer.com. The West men's soccer team roster starts with number 0, Alex Drexler from Northwest R1. Number 1, Cole Thompson from Noblesville High School. Number 2, Sam DeLong from Olathe West. Number 3, Riker Courtang from Gold Lake Richland. Number 4, Caden Waite from Mays South. Number 5, Ryan Berghauer from Brookfield East. Number 6, Drew Giddish from Centerville High School. Number 7, Beck Rettenmeyer from Shawnee Mission East. Number 8, Grant Walker from St. Louis University High School. And number 9, Vitor Germol from Mays South. Number 10, Bradley Popel from Archbishop Moeller. Number 11, Ashu Biok from Kansas City East. Number 12, Teddy Frank from Rockhurst High. Number 14, Easton Bogard from Oak Park River Forest. Number 15, Liam Smith from Reeths Puffer High School. Number 16, Dominic Bartoni from Christian Brothers. Number 17, Mason Cooper from Archbishop Moeller. And number 21, Ethan Number 22, Aaron Martinez from Dodge City High School. And 23, Emmett Brown from Minneapolis. 27, Jack Must from Dublin Jerome. Lastly, number 99, Nelson Azard from Indianapolis Pike. For the East Boys soccer team, number 0, Connor Cresswell is a goalkeeper from the Haverford School. Number 1, Dean Linden from Worcester Academy. Number 3, Drew Roscos from Delran High. Number 4, Garrett Holman from Phillips Academy. Number 5, Patrick Wire from Ramsey High. Number 7, Noah Hansel from Cathedral Prep. Number 8, Robbie Gresham from Our Lady of Good Counsel. Number 9, Eddie Krupski from Seton Hall Prep. Number 10, Maddie Lynch from Pennington School. Number 11, Santiago Somorostro from Nassau South. Number 14, Abu Sharif from Father Judge High School. Number 15, Adam Reigner from Collinsville High. Number 17, Drew Liardini from Lewiston Porter. Number 21, Sashil Ming from Northwood School. Number 22, Christian Heikal from Worcester Academy. Number 23, Anthony Bugliari from Pingree School. Number 27, Kieran Karp from Pennington School. Number 30, Nicholas DeWamina from Northfield Mount Herman. And number 33, Kelvin DaCosta from Woodstock Academy, number 47, Milton Jones from Brookshire School, and lastly, number 77, Ryan Mundy from Blue Mountain High School. The coaches for the East is Dave Cromwell from St. John's Prep and Marcos Montiagado from Scarsdale High School. The West are coached by Dominique Duenas from Wayzata High School and Ray Ramirez from Mays South in Kansas. Thanks so much for joining us here. It is the East versus the West boys. The East are in blue and the West are in white. Thanks for joining myself, Anna Whitty, and Mike McLaughlin on this broadcast. Mike, what are you looking for out of both of these sides in today's All-American game?
So it's an all-star game, and so when all-star games are played, oftentimes you're looking for a lot of offense and a lot of goals, and so first, well done announcing all those names. That's a lot of names from a lot of different places. That was impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, a lot of different names from different places, the West and the East, both boys teams that play fall soccer high school-wise in the fall. And the West will start in possession. Standing over the ball is Bartoni. Bartoni kicks it off, and we are underway from Division II Stadium in Charleston, South Carolina. Ball played out wide to Jeromel.
So it looks like the West is starting with 3 in the back.
And that'll be a handball.
Looks like they're playing a 3-5-2, and they're going to try to get at them right from the get-go. The East looks like they're playing a 4-3-3. Yeah, with these games, Anna, it's interesting. Yesterday morning at training, we get the boys together and you ask who wants to play in the back, who wants to play in the middle, who wants to play up top, and there's not too many that prefer to play in the back in these games. But the greatness of these events is these are all really talented soccer players and they can play anywhere. And so, but we promise the guys that are going to start in the back they can move forward a little bit as the game goes on. So,
and with this East side playing with a 4-back, it gives the 2 outside backs the ability to get forward in the attack, especially playing against a West side who's only playing with 3 in the back to start. Be a throw-in restarted by Brown.
Maybe the East is playing with 3 in the back also. We'll see as the game settles. We're a minute in, so we'll give them some time to see what's going to happen here.
Ming restarts play, passes it back to Ware. Patrick Ware, and a defender committed to UPenn from Ramsey High School. Had 17 career goals in high school and 10 career assists.
He should do well at Penn. They just came off winning the Ivy League last year and had a really successful campaign this year.
We're not going too far from home, originally from New Jersey. How can a player like Ware kind of fit into the UPenn system next fall?
Yeah, there's always an adjustment for kids, 17, 18-year-olds making their way into the college game where you have 22-year-olds and 23-year-olds playing. And so, but I think already you can see his quality on the ball and you can see he's a bright player. And so those are the things. And now he'll grow into the physical part of the game and, they'll make sure that he's fit and ready and physically prepared to do the work.
Ball played inside, shot by Sharif. Good save by the goalkeeper and net by the West to keep the East off the board early. Ball played inside, cleared. And East will restart it.
It rained about an hour ago, so the field's a little bit slick out here and ball's moving.
Ming will slowly jack to the ball to throw this one back in bounds. This is all high school players coming over from their high school teams. How does their experience with their high school kind of intertwine with their experience at the club level?
Yeah, there's real value as a human being in general. The more experiences you have, oftentimes the better you are. And so I think so many high-level players have had the combination of playing in high school, playing in their club situation, and there's just a lot of the values that come from high school come from learning to be a leader, learning how to play a lot of games in a short amount of time, playing in front of big crowds, playing for something. The pressure that you feel playing for state championships, and some of these guys playing for national championships, it's something that's really going to serve them well when they get into the college environment.
West with an opportunity. 3v1 caught offside is number 16 in Bartoni. Dominic Bartoni from Missouri goes to Christian Brothers High School. 48 career goals, was named to the first team and was the 2022 District Player of the Year.
Yeah, Dominic comes from one of the greatest high school programs in the country, and Coach Terry Mickler, we all hope that he's doing well. He's had a rough stretch of health here, but everybody's thinking about him, praying for him, and Dominic was a big part of their success this season.
Shot from range. Garomel, rather, that is Garomel, not able to get over top of that ball, sees it over the crossbar. Not only does club come into play, but now MLS Next and MLS Next Pro and so many different levels that you can choose to play in. What does the high school level bring to these young boys over maybe some of these experiences with a Next team?
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say over, to be honest. It's just different experiences. Yeah, and the more experiences you have, the better off you are. And ultimately, if you want to keep moving up to higher levels, it's what you do with the ball, and it's what you can do physically. And so the more time you get to spend with the ball under pressure, trying to solve the problems of the game, the more it's going to get you ready for higher levels. And just like at MLS Next, same with high school, same with club, there's really high-level teams, there's mid-level teams, there's low-level teams in all of the different paths in the United States.
Roscoe's shoots, stopped by the goalkeeper, turns into the first corner kick of the day for the East. Number 1, Cole Thompson, comes off his line to make the save.
See, oftentimes in these all-star games, with not a lot of time to spend on the set pieces, so let's see if they've got some big boys that can cause some problems. They've done 2 short corners.
Ball played over the top, cleared by the West, not all the way. Takes a touch in line, and it's cleared off the line by Gadash.
So Drew Gadash is from Centerville High School, and he's heading to Indiana University, and he's a really high-level player, an All-American, and 2-time All-Ohioan from Centerville. Centerville's one of the top programs in Ohio, and I know that Coach Yeagley is really excited that Drew's heading to Bloomington.
Ball brought up the field and dispossessed. And your experience coaching at St. Ignatius, being from the Ohio area and seeing players like Gadish come out of that state, what have you seen from him and what he can contribute? As this ball gets played inside and not able to get a touch on it is the West. Turn into a corner kick for the West.
Yeah, so Ohio's produced some of the top players in the country for decades now, and Drew is right in line with those high-level players, and he's got the unique combination of he's 6'3", and he's got really good feet, and he's a smart soccer player, a good student, he's a great leader, a great kid. So, yeah, I'm excited for the opportunity over the next couple of years to see him play at Indiana, except my son is a goalkeeper at Ohio State, so him and Drew might be running into each other over the next couple of years.
Just one game you're not cheering for him in.
That's right.
Ball played inside, shot, and it'll go over the inline. Another corner kick for the West. Emmett Brown has taken the last 2. The Minneapolis Washburn player was the 23 Minneapolis Class AAA Mr. Soccer, and in 2022 was All-State and holds the school record for most goals in a year. Over the top. Back in play. And cleared. Not all the way.
Okay, something's happening here.
Ball played over the top. 1v1. Rather, that's 2v1, and it slowed down. Continued to go as Jones, and great defensive work by Martinez.
And Drew Gadosh was on that as well, so that was impressive recovery. I think their third corner now.
Corner taken. And over the top. This one will be cleared by the West, but not all the way. Players are asking for a corner, and it will be the fourth corner for the East. Another corner kick taken by Milton Jones, the UNC commit from Berkshire High School in Massachusetts, was the school MVP in 2021. Played for the U.S. Youth National Team in 2019 and in 2021, and was an All-American this year.
Milton comes from a long line of really high-level players from Berkshire. That's where Jack Harrison played, and we had the privilege of scrimmaging Milton at the beginning of the season. Berkshire came to Ohio, and it was 3-0 after about 20 minutes, and he had all 3 goals. We actually came back to tie the game, which was great, but that was when Milton went off the field. So.
That was the 4th straight corner for the East, not able to get anything out of it. West have done a great job defensively clearing some of these set pieces.
So just excited today to see so many good players, and there's a lot of kids committed like Milton, like Drew, but there's also 16 players out here that are uncommitted, that are really high-level, talented soccer players and good students. And so over the years, it's been amazing to see players come into this game that were uncommitted and literally within 24 hours to be signed or committed to some of the higher-level programs in the country. And this was the 13th year that we've done this. And every year, there's 3, 4, 5 players who find themselves a wonderful opportunity from this moment, from this game.
9 boys are committed to colleges on the West side. On the East side, 14 players are committed. So a really large chunk on the East side, maybe not as few for the West. Why is this game allowed for players to get committed and find the right school?
Yeah, so they get to play with some really talented players, which helps make you look good as well. And the college path has changed over the years, and COVID affected that. But it used to be that maybe players were signed by their sophomore year, early junior year. But with the portal now, everything's different, and so there are still really talented players that are available, and that there are still schools that are looking for seniors at this time of the year. So there's really some great opportunities, and with the portal now just opened 2 weeks ago, there are some players leaving their current school, and so schools are looking to bring players in, and it's really there's a flux that is happening, and it's constant day to day here.
Right.
So it's an amazing opportunity for these boys.
The portal is fairly new to the college game. How have you seen it affect, especially the boys' game?
It can be great for some schools, but it can make it challenging as well. And so I think the schools that seem to have the most success are the schools that have a culture that they've built over years and years. And with the portal, that kind of changes things a little bit. And a player just comes in for a year or maybe 2 at most, and so sometimes it's hard to build that type of culture. And so, but it allows you to have the opportunity to bring in potentially a 22, 23-year-old, young man that can immediately make an impact, and so there's the value. But
shot from range, and Somorostro isn't able to get a good look on that ball. You mentioned the culture and colleges trying to build something with young players. And when you're bringing in players for just a year or two, you're just trying to kind of adapt to different players. Sometimes it works for a system, and sometimes players like that structure where 4 years they're committed to a certain style of play.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So, for instance, Notre Dame is playing in the final on Tuesday or Monday night now.
Right.
And so I think some of the value of their success comes from having players that are there that understand the program and understand the coach and understand what their role is. And it takes sometimes a couple of years for everybody to be on the same page and to make all that happen. So.
Notre Dame against Clemson on Monday. Clemson similarly as well. Really talented on the boys and the girls side of things. Clemson making it to the college, rather the Elite Eight, as this is cleared out by the East.
And so there are 4 players on Notre Dame's roster that played in the All-American game. So my son, Matthew McLaughlin. Oh,
Ball shot, and that'll be a goal for the West. Jermel takes a shot and finds the back of the net.
and that's what it's all about, celebrating after you score. It's a great finish. Hopefully we get more of those. And so one of the rewards for scoring a goal in this game is if you score, you get the game ball that you scored with that you get to take home. So
it was a deflection off the head of a West player that found the back of the net. Initially was a shot by Germel, but it did skid off the head of number 16 in Bartoni.
So back to the 4 players that played in this game that are playing for Notre Dame. Nolan Spicer, who played in this game last year, is starting for Notre Dame. Zimmerman was here as well last year. And KK Bafour, who played in this game a couple years ago, is a junior at Notre Dame. And so it's been really nice to see the Notre Dame boys. And then their Vitor, who is playing in this game, will be heading to Clemson next year. So.
Yeah, Vitor Germel, the assister of the first goal in this game, is from Maize South. His coach, in Ray Ramirez, is one of the coaches for the West. As this is taken up by Ming, he gets dispossessed.
Yeah, Ray's done an incredible job in Kansas and Wichita. They've won back-to-back state championships, and it's a tough state to win a state championship in, and a lot of the state champions come from the Kansas City, Kansas area, and so to have a Wichita program win it 2 years in a row in Kansas is really impressive.
Ramirez coaching next to Dominic Duenas from Wayzata High School in Minnesota. He's been an assistant before he became the head coach, so he's really been there for 25 years and has won 3 of the last 6 titles. He said for him, when he gets players in a public school system, it's about players really investing in the time and really committing to the structure throughout a season when you don't have all year to help build a team. Goes out of bounds. Cortang not able to keep it in bounds for the West.
Yeah, really, the high school season starts for most of us August 1st and ends in mid-November. And, right, it's the moment you step in August 1st, it goes by quickly, and most states play anywhere between 15 and 30 games in a season. And so you get a couple weeks in the preseason to get them moving and get them organized, and then you're playing a lot, and which is what players want to play. That's
right.
the beauty of the game.
30 years at St. Ignatius and getting a handful of different players and having success. How have you been able to create a culture and really solid competitive teams for just 3.5 months of play?
Yeah, so we're really blessed that it's a wonderful school with a great mission, and I went there, I played there, and so it's just a great opportunity to be back there and doing what I'm doing. And yeah, so the boys are, they love playing for their club teams, but I think that there's a real joy and honor and pride to play for St. Ignatius. And so it's something that is on their minds all season long, and the tradition that we have of success, the boys are eager for their chance to step up and to add to that each year that we play. We've had several players, I think over a dozen St. Ignatius players have played in this All-American game over the last 13 years. And so I'm proud that we've been Scholar All-Americans and Academic Team All-Americans for the last 20 years, having a GPA over a 3.6 each year. And a lot of these schools here, that's one of the awards that I think a lot of us coaches are most proud of, is the success in the classroom that goes along with what we do on the field too.
Right. You see that across the board with these players out here today. This is the West getting a crack out of it, not able to get too much power behind that shot. Stopped in goal for the East goalkeeper.
So in the second half, Sheldon Sheeler is going to be on, and so it will be a great pleasure for you to hear from Sheldon. And Sheldon is really the godfather of high school soccer and has been for the last 30 years. And there's no one who knows more about high school programs in America. There's no one who knows more about the players, the coaches, the leagues. And there is no one who has done what Sheldon has done for high school soccer. And he's ran several polls, national polls. And what he's done.
It's a shot from the East, then it's blocked. And another shot by the East, and it'll be cleared again by the West.
So, yeah, so to have Sheldon with us today, and he's been coming to this every year for the last 13 years, and it's a real honor to have Sheldon here, and we're working hard to get Sheldon recognized for all that he's done for high school soccer, because there's a lot of soccer pathways in America, and high school soccer has been just incredible for so many kids, and there are kids in the pros and boys on the national team or players on the national team that have gained a lot of their success and their growth from playing high school soccer. And so we're all really grateful to Sheldon for everything that he's done to help keep high school soccer prominent and important and meaningful. And so it's our hats off to Sheldon for sure.
Well said. If you tuned into the girls' game, you'll know exactly what Mike is talking about. Sheldon knows a ton about the girls and the boys' game and is keeping everyone knowledgeable about the growth of it and the importance of it as well, especially you, Coach, like what you've done at St. Ignatius and helping continue to see that program have success. This is a throw-in by the East and a foul, rather an incorrect throw-in by Jones.
And what's amazing about what Sheldon does is that what he's doing is doing for the players, for the kids, and just to honor them and to bring glory to these kids and their efforts in the game. And there's so much, there have been so many incredible players that have come through the American system that have played high school soccer, and they all know Sheldon, and Sheldon has really become a massive promoter of so many great players.
1v1, and goalkeeper steps out of his net. That's Dean Linden, the UMass commit, keeps it in play for the East. Today's high school All-American soccer game are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Are you interested in outfitting your club or team with the newest selection of uniforms from all the best brands? Email sales@soccervillage.com, call 1-800-483-2690, or visit the Request a Quote link on the homepage at www.soccervillage.com. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. Linden coming off of his line to make the save. Dean Linden, a goalkeeper from Worcester Academy, the 23 United Soccer Coaches All-Region player, and had 34 shutouts at his time at Worcester Academy. You mentioned the high school game, the club game, and how so many different levels at the boys and the girls game have kind of changed the shift in the landscape of high school soccer. How have you seen it specifically affect high school soccer and high school teams?
I think there's an old adage or an old phrase that many roads lead to Rome. Like there isn't just one path in life. And I think the high school soccer, what it has done for so many, for individuals, for schools, and there's such a playing the game and anything you do, especially with sport, there's a matter of pride that really factors into everything. And I think there's a real pride that Get an offsides there. That players feel for their school, and that changes the way you play. It's when you play for your country, when you play for it really elevates your accomplishments, your efforts, and I think you see that a lot in high school sports.
Coach Montagato made that comment saying when you're playing for your high school team, in some ways at a very small scale, it's equivalent to playing for your national team because you're not disrupting what the players know coming over from their club level. Instead, you're enhancing it and you're allowing them to get experience and get creative with boys that they've never played with before. And
yeah, that's a great statement. And America is unique in that it has scholastic athletics, and nowhere else in the world is school sports so important to the fabric of the society. And so in Europe and South America and Africa, everybody just plays for their club. And so this is a real chance there. What happens with high school sports and college sports is so American. And just to, the elephant in the room, I think there are some people that want to say, high school sports or high school soccer isn't that important anymore. It's not, it doesn't really have a place in the development of soccer in America. And I've been watching it for 25 years. I've had 25 All-Americans and guys who have gone on to be captains at the top college programs and gone on to play in the MLS. And Justin Morrow played at St. Ignatius High School, and then he played at Notre Dame. And then he won the MLS Humanitarian of the Year award for the MLS, and he created Black Players for Change. And so Darlington Nagbe, who plays for the Columbus Crew and is one of the greatest midfielders in the United States, played high school soccer in Cleveland.
Will be playing in the MLS Cup tonight.
Yeah, we'll be watching. Tab Ramos, Claudio Reyna, all these guys that came from more my era, but even more recently. I think Frankie Amaya, who plays for, he played high school soccer, and the list is long. And so part of the game is the joy of the game and the love of playing. And so if you're good, you're good. You're not gonna lose something by taking a couple months and playing for your high school. And so I think so. Which leads me to Eric Stratman and putting this game together for the last 13 years. And Eric he's run tournaments for the last 20 years, and 14 years ago decided he wanted to have an All-American game to honor kids and their efforts in high school soccer. And I was with him. I've been with him every year for the last 13 years. And we thought, okay, let's try it for a year or two and see how it goes. And just talking to all these parents all day yesterday and today, they're just amazed that Eric puts this together by himself.
Looking for a shot, ball inside, and it's taken by Otto. Otto slides it home, keeping the ball on the ground past Linden.
Good finish. Calm, take a touch, pass it in the corner. So back to Eric Stratman. So Eric has put this game together and has worked hard to bring in Soccer Village and to bring in Nike and to bring in high school stadiums all over the country. We've done it in Orlando, Florida, and Philadelphia, and Birmingham, Alabama, and Knoxville, Tennessee, and in North Carolina. And so we're really grateful that the folks in Charleston have opened up their fields to us. And so a massive shout out to Eric Stratman and everything that he does to make this possible. One of the parents said to me today that there's a real soul to this game, that they've done a lot of soccer events in their time, but there's just a feeling about this that this is being done for the right reasons for all these players, and these players are going to play with and against each other for the next several years in college, and the connections they make, and that's the game for all of us. It's the memories and the connections, and that's why we all fall in love with it, because of the people we're connected to.
2 goals from the West here in the first half. Most recently from Ethan Otto from Faith Lutheran in Nevada.
So historically, the East has won. I don't want to jinx the West right now, but the East has won a few more of these games, and so this is a good start for the West. And helping Eric Stratman for years with this game has been Matt Longo, who was unable to make it this year. But Matt is the son of Frank Longo, who used to help run U.S. Soccer with Hank Steinbrecher back in the days. And so there's a real strong tradition to this game.
Ball played inside, and a little bit of contact on the goalkeeper, but Linden will stay with the ball. Linden goes out quickly in transition.
That was a good cross by Bradley Popple. Bradley's plays for Archbishop Moeller in Cincinnati. He was the player of the year in the state of Ohio and had an amazing season. Archbishop Moeller went 24-0-1, and they got scored on in the first 5 minutes of their first game of the season, and then didn't get scored on again until the state final. So it was an amazing season for Archbishop Moeller and Coach Mike Welker, and so a lot to be proud of. And Bradley's heading on to the Air Force Academy, and he's going to do really well there.
Bradley Popple is scored 55 goals in his high school career as this gets played back out to the west. Opportunities out wide. Locker plays it inside, and it's cleared by Holman.
Grant Locker comes from St. Louis University High School, and they came to Cleveland this year, and we got to play them, and we won the state title, but we lost to St. Louis University High School 3-0, and Grant had a good day against us.
Grant Locker, 60 goals in his career, 22 assists. He was a 2-year captain for his team and was named the 23 co-offensive player of the year. All-American player playing on this right flank today for the West.
60 goals at St. Louis University High School puts him up in the same category as somebody that you guys might have heard of by the name of Taylor Twellman. So that's
I've heard.
It's some good company that Grant's got there.
Certainly is. Speaking of some of these MLS players you've talked about tonight, is the Columbus Crew will play against LAFC at 4 p.m. Eastern time in the MLS Cup final. And we mentioned the growth of the high school game, but we've also seen it at the professional level here in the States, and the amount of investment in both the men's and the women's game has allowed for these young boys to watch the game and constantly grow and see how they can better their game.
Yeah, it's amazing how much you can watch soccer from around the world. Here we go. We got a steal there. Milton will win that. But yeah, the opportunity to watch the game, to see the game all over the world, to see college games, to see international games, it's I think one of the reasons why American basketball players are good, because you can watch basketball all the time, and it's the same with soccer now. I think there's a lot of development that occurs from getting able to watch these games, and so many great MLS stadiums now, and yeah, so it should be a great game tonight.
You mentioned the great stadiums. My favorite right now is what St. Louis and City has done. That is an unbelievable stadium, and what they're growing in the MLS, what they're growing at NWSL. And we have an injury. Trainer coming on the field, giving attention to Easton Bogard, the Indiana commit from Oak Park River Forest. 91 career goals, has been playing in the attack today for the West. He was school record holder in career goals and assists for his side.
Yeah, Easton really stood out at training yesterday. He was one of the guys that caught my eye, and he's going to do really well at Indiana. And Indiana does a great job of tracking down the top players in the Midwest to to get in their red and white, and so they're going to be happy with him.
We start here, the West, with 2 goals and just under 13 minutes to go from Division II Stadium. Linden will let this one roll out of bounds, and the East will restart it. He's playing in a 3/4 back, playing really fluid and within their formation, whereas the West playing in a more consistent 3 back.
Yeah, it does look like both have kind of shifted into 3 in the back. We've had some high-scoring games over the years. We've had some 6-5s, and so I think there's still some goals to come in this game for sure.
Girls game ended in a 3-1 win by the East. A brace from Hudson gave the East the win. And right now from the boys game, and just under 12 minutes to go, it's a 2-0 lead by the West. In these All-American games, sometimes it's hard to predict the score line because there is so much talent on the field that sometimes games just become a game of chess that neither side can figure out because of the amount of talent.
Yeah, and it's always in an all-star game. I think you think of players as just going to get the ball and try to do it all by themselves. And what I think the nature of a high-level player is he knows that you can accomplish more with the people around you than by doing it by yourself. And to see these guys just looking to connect passes and move the ball around, these are all really talented, good soccer players. And I've been to a lot of all-star games where one guy gets the ball and tries to dribble through the whole team. And that doesn't always, it's not the thing that works in soccer most often. That's why it's 11v11. You have teammates to use them.
It is a very much possession-oriented game, and that's what we're seeing out of both sides here today. Still trying to figure out one another. Only have played 35 minutes together outside of training yesterday, so it is that creative opportunity to kind of play with new players and systems and underneath coaches that you've never played with before. Throw in.
But that's another sign of a good player is if you're good, you can figure it out pretty quickly. And yeah, you know what the people around you have and how to use them. And the game is a simple game, as Renus Michaels said. And so the simpler you keep it, the more success you have.
Duamina finds a teammate out wide.
You have good eyes, Anna. You can see the numbers from here.
It certainly is a challenge, but I'm trying my best. And this will be a foul against Popel. Bradley Popel.
Jack Most is out here on the right wing. Jack plays at Dublin Jerome High School in Columbus. His father, Nate, has been a long-time 20-year coach at Dublin Jerome and has produced some of the best players in Ohio for a couple decades and perennial state power. And Jack is a really explosive wing player, really good with the ball, scored a lot of goals this year at Dublin Jerome.
Jack Mouse, the midfielder/forward from Ohio, has had 27 goals for his dad at Dublin Jerome and was the captain this past year, two-time All-State player. The East has dominated a little bit more of the possession here in the latter half of the first half. Ball played in the attack. Sharif loses possession.
It's been an interesting weather day. It was sunny and 65 degrees when the girls' game started, and now it's overcast. We had a bit of rain, but it's great soccer weather, that's for sure.
Unpredicted, the rain, but I can't complain with a 66-degree day, and I know that the players certainly can. It's definitely the best type of soccer weather. Ball played inside. This one will be cleared.
And it's just amazing to see these guys that have never met each other in a 24-hour period, connecting with each other and having a great time with each other. And they keep in touch. I've had two boys that have played in this game, and so they still keep in touch with guys that they met during this short window of 36 hours or 48 hours.
You mentioned that being such an important part of high school. I know from my experience, playing high school soccer was more about the joy and the love and learning the simplistic part of the game and having fun with it again, where club can sometimes be super serious, and you definitely need that balance depending on where you go to high school and what the system looks like. But it's more to soccer than just growing. It's also about having fun and learning about the game and learning about yourself, especially at the high school level.
Yeah, if you think Lionel Messi isn't having fun when he plays soccer, then, that's why you play. You love it because it's just fun. It's you and a ball and your friends. What's neat about high school soccer, too, is that you get to play every day. You're training with each other for 3 months solid, and that's one thing you don't get with the club situation. It's, there's breaks and so forth. And so you get and I think about the years of the boys at St. Ignatius and just the friendships that have developed in those tight periods of time, and they're all in each other's weddings, and it's just you build a brotherhood that you can get any, you can have brotherhoods in a lot of things that you do, but there's just, it's a more fertile ground to build those types of things when you have so much time to be with each other throughout the season.
Ball played over the top.
And so a lot of the teams that are here, the boys that are here, have also played in Eric Stratman's tournament. He has a tournament in Bettendorf, Iowa at the end of September. And so he gets a lot of the top teams, mainly from the Midwest, that come out to play in that tournament. And we went there this year in Naperville North and Marquette High from Milwaukee. And a lot of good Midwest schools are there. There was a chance.
Ball played inside. It's cleared by Hansel. Gets a head on it, and the East will look to come down with that possession again. The West have found their opportunities really mainly from pitching the ball over the top and trying to find a forward running onto it. Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Visit www.soccervillage.com for all the latest footwear drops from Nike, Adidas, Puma, and more. Check out their extensive selection of licensed replica jerseys. Need the essentials, balls, bags, gloves, or guards? They have that covered too. Let soccer take your game to the next level.
We're honored today to be joined with Greg Deutsch, who's at the game today, and he's the founder and president of Soccer Village. And so Greg is one of the legends of U.S. soccer and was a great goalkeeper. And from the early eras, from the last couple decades, Greg has, here we go.
Ball played in behind, and it'll be defended well by the West. East still have an opportunity. Bulglera. Rather, that's a header, and it'll go in the back of the net by Sharif. Sharif gets a touch on it and is able to push it past Thompson and net.
Good, strong finish and a great effort in goal, too. It was so close. So, but back to Greg Deutsch. And Greg has a podcast for all you soccer fans out there that like to there's all kinds of stuff that you want to know and stuff that you didn't even know ever existed in the soccer world. And Greg and his compadres, they dig up and bring on a lot of amazing guests. And so but Greg has done so much for the game and has really been helpful and made this possible and really stepped up with Soccer Village to provide uniforms for all the players and coaches. And it really, the uniforms look amazing. And Soccer Village does so much around the United States of America for a lot of different groups and has helped to promote the game in so many ways. So grateful to Soccer Village. Thank you, Greg.
Get your gear from soccervillage.com. That's who is sponsoring these jerseys for the East and the West here this afternoon. The West now lead the East 3-1.
Anna, I'm going to put you on the spot. You grew up playing soccer. How does the level today look to you compared to when you grew up?
The level has certainly improved. I think the amount of tools that young players have nowadays, between the coaching, between being able to watch soccer and being able to grow from players that are better than them and watching film, has allowed players to be really good at the possession and the technical side that maybe we didn't see at this level when I played high school soccer.
That's a great response. I agree with you completely. I think there's so many more things available to players to help them to be better. And right. The difference is technical. It's what you can do with the ball. And over the years, yeah, athletes are athletes, but ultimately the how you can handle the ball under pressure in tight situations separates you from the rest. And I think there's a greater focus on that for sure. What position did you play?
I was a left back.
Left-footed?
Yes,
Me
left-footed. So stuck on that left side?
Yes.
Did they put you out there too? But I loved it. I loved playing defense. You can see the full field, and you can get in the attack when you want. But defensively, I like being able to see the game develop in front of me. Didn't have the creative side to be a forward, and I was cool with that.
Well said, well said.
What about you?
We're going to start a club, Left-Footed FC. All right, you have to be left-footed to play in the club, so you're welcome to be part of it.
Thank you. I want to join this club. Yeah. Tell me when and where.
One of my former players, Mark Blades, who was an All-American at St. Ignatius, then he was an All-American at Northwestern in Chicago, and he's left-footed, and he came back and helped coach at St. Ignatius, and he said, yeah, we're going to start Left-Footed FC, so I'll put you on the list.
Yeah, I'll give you my number after this. That I think nowadays too, we see a lot of players who are a little bit more, they can play with both feet, and they have that ability where maybe as a few years ago we didn't see as much of that. As another corner kick for the East that will go straight out of bounds, and just seconds remaining here in the first half from Division II Stadium between the East and the West. The East with a goal and the West with 2 goals this afternoon.
Grateful for our refs to come out today and give their time for this game. They're 3 of the local high-level referees that do college and pro games, so we're grateful that they're here with us today.
Ball over the top, Most pitches it out wide. Ball played inside Odo. Odo gets stopped by Hansel, and that'll go out of bounds for a goal kick. He's going out quickly, down by a goal here in the first half. And a very tight game compared to the girls' game where the East got out by a very large margin. Both of these sides have not been able to fully break through one another in the first half.
Yeah, I would say both have had a similar number of chances, but and I think we're going to have some more chances.
That's a ball from the East, and they will stay with it. Just under a minute here to go in the first half.
And so the plan is to be back here again next year and to play the game at the College of Charleston. So we're grateful to the College of Charleston to open their doors to us. And so we were supposed to play there this year, but there were some field issues. And we're grateful to Wando High School to allow us to be here. It's really, what an amazing facility. It's first class and
great turf field. And as the goal scorer, Sharif, gets on the ball, not able to create anything out of that one, but it will be another corner kick for the East.
I think they need to not play it short and put it to Sharif's head here.
I was going to say, we've seen so many corner kicks from the East. How can they finally find the back of the net with one of them?
There we go.
Cleared. And that will do it here in the first half from Division II Stadium. 2 goals by the West. East come back with a goal themselves. Make sure to stick here with us on Top Drawer Soccer and PrepSoccer.com. Thank you to Mike McLaughlin for joining us for the first half. We'll be back with more boys All-American soccer right after this.
Elie can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not, or I'm right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Elie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back inside Division II Stadium. It's halftime between the East and the West. The West boys leading the East 2-1. I'm now joined by the founder and director of the All-American Game, Eric Stratman. Eric, thanks so much for joining us here in the booth today. We've seen some fantastic soccer on the field, but 13 years ago you started this All-American Game, and why?
You know, I'm kind of a basketball junkie at heart, and I kept watching, you know, all the McDonald's All-American games, and football was having the Under Armour games and the, you know, the whatever the military does, the Army All-American game, and I just was like, you know, we need to do some kind of, why don't they have soccer? We need to do it, and I finally had been talking long enough. I finally just said we're going to do it, and so we took a leap of faith, and 13 years later, here we are.
You're well connected in the soccer world, especially obviously from the high school level. How do you go about recruiting and finding boys and girls for this game?
Well, we look at a lot of All-State and All-American lists from the kids that are underclassmen, juniors who make those lists, and we compile our list of kids with from those lists, and then we put them on a watch list, and then it's my job over the next several months to try and corral them through their coaches and get their contact information and get resumes from them and watch some video, talk to coaches I know, and try and do our best that we can to pick the right kids. And I've always said it, there are kids out there probably watching and listening that say that and think they're better than the kids we have here today, and they're probably right. And that it's not perfect, and we miss kids every year, but we only can give so many kids the opportunity, and we do the best we can, and this is what you get. And I think by watching the first half, we picked some pretty good kids.
Certainly picked some phenomenal boys players with 3 goals to start in the first half. And Coach Mike McLaughlin mentioned how sometimes the boys especially will come into these games and they'll be recruited to a college right away. How have you seen the success of the All-American Game allow for players to have success at the Division I soccer level?
It's been really neat. You know, it's fun to watch the kids play. You know, last night Notre Dame played, and we've got kids that have played in this game that are on their roster at Notre Dame and that are playing at Notre Dame, and we've got, you know, it's just been neat to follow how that happens over the years. We see those kids go and play in those games, and you know, it's just the little things for me that most of the time people probably overlook. And, you know, for me, I'm looking at some kids that we've had come into this game before that have had absolutely nothing as far as a lot of big recruitment, and all of a sudden they find a place from playing in this game with other people. And, you know, I'm sitting down there, and I have, you know, all these kids on like a West girls text list, and, you know, they're all texting each other from this list of how much fun they had and how they can't wait to follow each other, and they made a lot of lifelong friends being here. And you know, for me, that I just texted them back. I said that warms my heart more than anything, because you know, they have made the most of it, and that is the cool part about it. And that's from a group of kids that just lost a game, and the game really was secondary to the relationships they found and built while they're here in just a couple days.
Yeah, we certainly have seen how the relationships build, and some of these players go on to play in college together. So having that relationship start here at the All-American Game is really cool to see. This being the 13th year for the boys, the 11th year for the girls, where are you looking to take this All-American Game next?
You know, the plan right now is to be back here in Charleston again next year, and you know, I've talked to we've had great support from BIMBO Bakeries over the years, and I know they are interested in continuing to do this. And we've talked with Greg at Soccer Village, and they have been wonderful, and he has expressed an interest to continue to keep doing this. And, you know, those are the kind of people that you have to have involved, where, you know, they realize that the return of investment that they're investing in this game is not going to be a financial maybe windfall for them, but it's more they do it for the love of the game and for the right reasons. And that's why people like myself and Mike McLaughlin have done it for the years we've done it. And it's not about us, it's about the kids and recognizing them.
Well, Eric, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and giving us an inside look into how this All-American game came to be and where you're looking to take it. You've done a phenomenal job, and we've really enjoyed the talent out there today.
Yeah, and thank you. And I don't want to forget Continental Tire, has been a major part of helping us get this game streamed live too. And so, we have a lot of sponsors, and it's just been great.
We will be back with the second half action between the East and the West right after this. That was Eric Stratman, the founder and director of the All-American Game. Stick with us. Welcome back inside Division II Stadium alongside contributing editor to Prep Soccer Sheldon Sheeler. I'm Anna Whitty. Second half action is seconds away here from Charleston, South Carolina. The West leads the East 2-1 as the East gets started in possession. Sheldon, welcome back into the broadcast. What you saw from the girls' game now into the boys' game is really solid competition. However, we saw girls really early in this one. What really changed for the boys?
Well, it's funny. As many years as I've been involved in this, when you look at the rosters going into this game and you see all of these major college recruits on the East, you see all of these uncommitted kids on the West, what ends up happening? The West delivers. It's just a toughness and the ability to finish. I'm looking back over the results of these games. The West has won 3 out of the last 4, and the only one they didn't win was a tie. So it's sort of one of those things where there's a lot of West Coast talent or West area talent that should probably start to get picked up by some college coaches, because they've got players that are going unnoticed, and they're showing us on this field today. They deserve to be noticed. So one thing I'm always impressed with, and some of it's just the transition from a girls' game to the guys' game, but just the pace of play and the physicality that comes in. Even though this is an all-star game, they're still playing ball.
And the ability for both sides to be able to connect on these passes quickly as this ball gets in played by Grammel, and it'll be Alex Drexler. Rather, no, that's Connor Cresswell steps off his line to make the save.
Yeah, Cresswell, I saw him play as a sophomore for Haverford School in suburban PA at a tournament, and was really impressed with him there. Even though the team lost its games, they were really outmanned. But I'll tell you, that kid on that day was doing everything in his power to keep Haverford in the games against the likes of St. Benedict's and some other prominent nationally ranked programs. And so I'm kind of not surprised to see him 2 years later here as part of this East All-Star team.
Connor Cresswell, goalkeeper from Haverford School, 23. He was named the Pennsylvania Soccer Coaches All-State and was the Inter-Academic League Player of the Year this past year. 3-time Haverford Soccer MVP as a goalkeeper. So that really does show you what Cresswell can provide for a team.
Yeah, in fact, I've been covering high school soccer on the national level for the past 25 years. Beyond that, actually, probably pushing 30 years almost. And I don't recall ever the Interact Player of the Year being a goalkeeper.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
on the boys' side. On the girls' side, there have been a couple, but not on the boys' side.
What Cresswell can also do with his feet is extremely impressive and adds to the growth of what goalkeepers are doing at the high school level.
Yeah, I was a high school goalkeeper myself, and back in our day, we were able to pick up the ball and we weren't really required to use our feet like keepers are today. I couldn't survive in today's game. It's that simple.
The ball played inside, and Azar not able to get all the way around that ball. It'll go out of bounds.
In fact, I played goalkeeper because I didn't have foot skills.
Well, that's how you do it. That's how you make it work. And just the game and its growth with how the expectation now is to use the foot skills. You could put a player like Cresswell out on the pitch and he'd be fine as a field player too.
Yeah, and we see it quite a bit. There were some high schools that ended up being really deep in goalkeeper, so they would spell their number 2 goalkeeper, and he became an outside back.
Ball played over to Jones. Jones with an option, and it'll go straight into the hands of Drexler. Alex Drexler, the tallest goalkeeper out here today, stands at 6'7" from Northwest RI. He had 32 shutouts in his high school career, was named to the Class 4A All-State last year, and holds the school record for the most wins and shutouts for a goalkeeper.
Yeah, and I think he's a great find and the type of kid you want to have at this ball game because he plays at Northwest, and that's not an area that gets a lot of attention from the next level of college coaches. He's sort of kind of hidden there, and this is an opportunity for him to show he passes the eyeball test, right? 6'7", you're going to automatically pay attention. Now if he can play solid behind that, hopefully his phone rings tomorrow.
Alex Drexler still not committed to a college. Only 9 boys are committed to a college on the west side, whereas the east side, 14 players are committed headed into today's All-American game. Cresswell playing with it. Kicks it up the pitch and intercepted by the West. Martinez brings it up. Martinez stopped by Hagel. Jones on his own. Jones dispossessed, and the West will just kick it up. Azar not able to get a really good touch on it, and the ball will come all the way back where Jones was initially fouled. Jones, one of those players on the East who is committed to UNC from Berkshire School. He was the MVP in 21 and is a 23 All-American.
Yeah, so Berkshire is a storied program in the NEPSAC, and there's for people who kind of follow high school soccer, they won't be familiar with a lot of the schools that are listed for this East because they're in a prep school league.
Ball over the top, not able to complete that is the East.
And but there's a level of high school age soccer that is played. It's just not acknowledged by some of the ranking services and or All-America type programs. That these kids are highly international, post-grads, and it's just an amazing level of soccer. And Milton this year had a big run in the NEPSAC playoffs. So it's it's a real legit level of soccer, and I run a tournament up in Albany, New York, where a lot of these teams come, and we had 115 college coaches at the tournament this last year for a high school, prep showcase tournament. So it gives you kind of a sense of the level of play. Anything I can get 115 coaches on the high school level.
Ball played across, trying to connect is still long. Rather, that's Courtang, and Cresswell right there to collect it.
Yeah, Riker comes out of an interesting situation. Gull Lake High School has been very highly competitive in Michigan's Division II, and this is an opportunity for him to kind of show what he can do on that next level because they don't really get to see it on a day-to-day basis in the division that they play in. Riker
Courtang, a player from Gull Lake Richland High School, 56 career goals, 71 career assists, was runner-up for Mr. Soccer in Michigan and is a state champ back in 2020 and in 2022. has that talent, like you mentioned, Sheldon, but sometimes not able to get showcased based off of where your high school's located.
Exactly, and that, like I say, and Gold Lake plays in a smaller classification, so they're not playing the Troys or the Troy Athens or the powerhouse teams that are in Michigan. So there's always question marks about the stats put up and the wins accumulated. So here's a great opportunity.
Ball bounced out. Bartoni gets deflected. Jones. Rather, that's Mean coming out of the back line. Not able to keep it. It's East who started really strong with being able to try and look for chances. Now the East really struggling to connect passes and keep the possession.
Yeah, and this is a good East lineup on here. You got Ming going to Syracuse. You got Jones going to UNC. There's a lot of the prep school kids on the field right now. So if the East is to make a run at this and make this a ball game, it needs to come from these players, and they're just not quite getting it done. And it might just be the fact that they don't know each other that well.
Breaking through a line is the East, finding it out wide. Going 1v1. Ball played inside. Drexler makes a stop, and it'll be a set piece for the East.
Yeah, that was a nice let by the first East player to create that opportunity. And now let's see if they can do anything out of this corner. Looks like Jones is going to take the corner.
Jones is the player who's taken many this afternoon, not able to curl that one in. Back out the other end is Azard looking to go 2v1, and there'll be a call on Azard. Azard is the player who's really leading that line for the West. His ability to just apply that consistent pressure on the East back line has made their build-up really tough to do.
Yeah, and I actually I went out to dinner late last night, and he happened to be at dinner. Completely quiet guy. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I wasn't expecting, a player of his magnitude to be kind of that quiet and reserved at the dinner table, but he was. But yeah, it's and he, for this event, again, he's another one of those good find kind of guys because he plays at Pike High School. It's not North Central, it's not Carmel, it's not the Indianapolis schools that people think about and talk about. He's at a standard public school, and here he is getting a chance to really show what he's all about. And he's another one I think should garner some serious interest after this weekend's over.
Nazard, the Indianapolis Pike High School player, first team All-State. He's a sectional champion in 22 and this season, and a 4-year starter for his school. Shot, and not able to hit that one on target is Gromel.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him this year. I mean, obviously, when you see the resume, he committed early. He was an early commit to Clemson. In fact, I think he was Clemson's first 24 commit. And coming out of a high school program in a part of the state that normally doesn't have Clemson type players. But I've been impressed with him all day. His setup for the first goal and just his play overall.
Gromel from Mays South. His head coach is coaching in this one, Ray Ramirez, and Gromel committed to Clemson, who will be playing in the national title game against Notre Dame Monday night. High kick by Krupski. Krupski, a Rutgers commit from Seton Hall Prep. 59 goals this season from New Jersey. He was named the midseason offensive player of the year this year and is the leading goal scorer for 2 years at Seton Hall Prep.
Yeah, and Seton Hall Prep, again, they have a complicated playoff system in New Jersey, but Seton Hall Prep is always part of that non-public A powerhouse group. They've spent a lot of the last 3 years in the national top 5, top
Martinez
10.
over to Zard, behind his back, finds the back of the net.
Yeah, I think his phone should be ringing right about now. Now that's quality.
Nazard with his left foot, perfect placement, not even facing the goal, just reads where that ball is coming so well. That's Nazard's second goal of the day to tie this rather to give West a bigger lead. Also a great ball in from his teammate, just that ability to see Azard all by himself and to keep it low and hard for Azard to handle. Ramel, shot from Azard for his third goal of the day. And Nelson Azard with a hat trick in this one, really testing this East back line.
Wow, check that out. I mean, you know, a real cheeky type touch on the first goal and just straight up power on the second.
Nelson Azard rather pushing it past Cresswell. Nothing the goalkeeper could do by that because Azard's ability just to find side netting there. Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Are you interested in outfitting your club or team with the newest selection of uniforms from all the best brands? Email sales@soccervillage.com. Call 1-800-483-2690 or let the request a quote line on the homepage at www.soccervillage.com. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. He's quickly stopped by the West defensively. Getting stuck in is Gadish. And the East with a little bout of possession.
Yeah, the East really hasn't had many opportunities to get forward here. The West has shut pretty much everything down for them.
Not able to keep that ball at his feet is the East, and Noah Hansel, the Cathedral Prep player from Pennsylvania, 85 goals in high school, and was the PA State Champ MVP this year.
Yeah, Cathedral Prep had been one of those perennial, very good class AAA teams in Pennsylvania, but not quite able to put it all together until they did this year, and knows the reason behind it. I mean, he's a 3-year star, not just 3-year starters, 3-year star for them. You know, I was fortunate to have his team at our tournament twice and have watched him develop into a pretty good player.
Great ball in behind. And stepping off of his line is Cresswell. Hansel restarts it for the East. Looking for options. Breaks multiple lines. Lynch receives the ball, and that'll be a foul in the favor of Lynch and against Bokey. Krupski saved by Drexler, rather.
Yeah, it was a well-placed shot, but when, 6'7", he's got a lot of length. Hard to beat this guy left and right.
Drexler standing at 6'7" in goal for the West this afternoon. Clears the ball all the way up the field. Ball played out wide to Jones. Jones against Berghauer, and Berghauer comes up with that one. East keeping the West really pinned in. Ball plays in Krupski and the West. Clear it, but not far enough. Jones keeps it in bounds. And it'll turn into a goal kick for the West.
Well, this turned out to be a beautiful afternoon because we got some rain in the girls' game, and it was turning into some gray skies, but now it's like perfect soccer weather.
For this East side, who has struggled to maintain some of this possession. How do they need to settle down and break through this West side who's playing with some confidence right now?
Yeah, that's an excellent question because I don't see on the past the East team tended to have some midfielders who were able to really pull the strings and make things happen. I'm not really getting that vibe out of this team this year. I'm sure the coach is going to have to come back to the drawing board on this one and figure out, what can they do to jumpstart this offense, because they've got some attacking players, but I'm just not seeing the build-up necessary for them to get back in this ball game.
Martinez inside, and it goes far, a far post. That'll be a corner kick for the West. And you mentioned that midfield. It really seems like the East back line is skipping over the midfield, trying to find the attack, and the West is recognizing that gap. Short play, and a goal by Martinez.
I think he was owed one.
Martinez in the right place at the right time, using his instep to redirect it to jump this one up to 4-1 game.
Actually, 5.
Is it 5? You're right, 5-1. Aaron Martinez from Dodge City High School. 85 goals in high school. 2-time first team All-State, has really dominated this left flank for the West this afternoon.
Yeah, and that goal now sets an All-American game record. We've never had a boys team score more than 4 goals in one of these matches.
The West are off to a great start. We've got 20 minutes remaining in this one between the East and the West. The West got off to a really nice start towards the end of the first half. The East were able to come back with a goal as Azard wins possession, tries to find a teammate, making that run, not able to connect that pass. East have a lot of fighting back to do to get back into this one. Down by 4 goals. How do they get their midfield in it?
Well, I think we're going to find out in a minute or two, because we're going to do a big line change.
Right.
So I think the answer to that question rests with those 11 guys that are just standing, or those 10 guys standing on the sidelines about to come in here in about 2 minutes. They're kind of down here behind the goal getting their last warm-up in. But, yeah, those are going to be the guys asked to try to climb this very steep mountain and get them back in. But the one thing I do like that I think kind of gives the East a little bit of hope is that this is a deep East team. So there really shouldn't be too much drop-off when they move away from the starting group to the second group. And that might be something that tips the balance back in their favor for the last couple of 20 minutes, 25 minutes of this game.
It says the first time a West team has scored 5 goals in a game. What have you seen be the difference for a team this season compared to past years?
Well, the West has been very efficient offensively in past years, and they are again this year. I mean, it's not like they've got a ton of shots, but they're capitalizing on every golden opportunity they get. They're scoring goals, every single way. They got a header to start it on a deflection. They got a cheeky back, heel for a goal. They showed power. They've got goals in just about every way imaginable except for an own goal.
Ball played inside to Ming, and Ming hits that one time.
So I was talking to Ming's high school coach, who's actually down in Chile right now. I was talking to him on Thursday, and he told me that their school, Northwood, has put a lot of players in this game, but they never really had anyone step up and have a big game. So he tasked Ming to kind of deliver for Northwood School for all of the Northwood players who've been here historically, and I think he just did.
Ming, committed to Syracuse, is the Prep Premier League runner-up this year, 52 goals. And he played on the Bermuda Youth National Team in CONCACAF and won in 2019. Shows Ming's depth in his ability and the way that he hit that ball, bringing it down in a volley with his laces. East now trying to fight themselves back into this one.
Yeah, it was a nice, strong defensive play by Patrick Weir.
Substitutions are being made for both the East and the West. We'll be seeing that typical line change for both sides, getting new talent on the pitch. It was Azard who had a hat trick in this one and will likely come off the field for the West for the remainder of this match. Mason Cooper on the field, committed to Xavier. He is from Archbishop Moeller. His 23 season ended 24-0-1, and they were runners-up in the championship game. 37 career assists, only 9 goals, showing how he likes to be that midfielder, facilitating opportunities, maybe not just scoring.
Yeah, and Moeller over the last 3 years have had a great run of finishers. In fact, 2 former Moeller players have actually been the West MVP at past All-American games. So there's always been the need at Moeller for that setup guy because they just seem to grow finishers. And that was the role he had this year for them.
Almost there is the East. Drexler gets it away with a second to spare. Cooper finds Otto, one of the goal scorers for the West this afternoon. East looking to build some possession. They will draw the foul in the middle of the field, and with that goal from Ming has given the East a little bit of life with those substitutions being brought up back on the field.
Yeah, and as I point out, I think this is where their depth could show a little bit here.
Bugliari passes it all the way back to Karp. Karp finds an option wide. Mundy, not cleared. Picked up in the middle of the field in the last second. It's Frank to clear it.
Yeah, West got lucky there. It could have been 5-3 very easily.
Teddy Frank, player out of Rockhurst High School, makes that clearance. This will be a short corner for the East. Otto able to keep it in the West possession. And the East have had so many corner kicks in this game. How do they capitalize on one in this match?
Yeah, it just seems like every chance they take, it's either not well played, and that one, after the guy took the corner, he was expecting the ball back, but just the play was too soft, allowed Otto to step up and break that up. Earlier in the first half, you saw corner kicks taken that just didn't create dangerous opportunities at all.
Over the top to Mundy, and Moss is there to clear it out. Ball headed back all the way to Cresswell, and he'll restart it for the East. Cresswell up the pitch. And the ball will go all the way back to Drexler in goal as the East continue to press this West side, who's dominated a lot of the possession. East are down by 3 goals. There was a there was a hat trick from Azard to give the West this big push and 5 goals in this matchup.
Yeah, when it went up 5-1, you figured that, maybe those extra goals weren't going to be that necessary to the outcome, but right now it might become necessary to the outcome.
Pop out. Too big of a touch, not able to get there for the shot. Cresswell steps out of his net. Cresswell slow to restart this one for the East, and he goes all the way up, trying to find Sharif, one of the goal scorers for the East this afternoon. One in the middle of the field is the East. Dueña looking for Sharif, not able to connect.
Oh, thank you.
The long all the way up.
Dueña for some real leadership here. He led a prep school team that actually was undefeated, #1 seed going into the playoffs. The team was upset in the semifinals. They didn't get a chance to repeat as champions. But he's the type of player who, you know, when I'm talking about needing something in the midfield, he might be their answer if the East can try to, you know, claw back into this and make it a little bit more interesting down the home stretch.
Dueña committed to Dickinson College from Northfield Mount Herman in Massachusetts. Has committed a lot in the midfield and has been that one player who centrally is trying to connect opportunities for the East to score.
Yeah, and I know he had some Division I offers as well, but Dickinson worked out a great package for him, and it was a better
Ball
opportunity.
inside, and it'll be another corner kick for the East. Taken by Dueña again. Sometimes it's, you don't need that Division I offer. Sometimes it's what works best for you based on scholarship, based on coach, based on style of play.
And based on academics.
Based on academics. Student athlete, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Dueña looking for Bugliari, who hits it over the crossbar.
So I don't know if you got a chance to talk about him in the first half, but his he actually played high school soccer for his grandfather. And amazingly, his aunt is Alyssa Milano, famous actress from the 80s and 90s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm dating myself on that one.
That's okay. I mean, that's so cool that Bugliari is able to play for his grandfather. What a cool experience for both of them.
Yeah, his grandfather's been coaching Pingree School now for over 50 years. He coached both of his sons, and now he's coaching his grandchildren there.
Bugliari, 23 United Soccer Coaches All-American, Team All-State. And as you mentioned, been coached by his grandfather at the Pingree School in New Jersey.
Yeah, there's actually 2 Pingree schools, but they're not to be confused. There's the Pingree in New Jersey that most people would recognize, and then there's a Pingree spelled with double E in Massachusetts. That's had a great run as a girls' soccer powerhouse, but 2 very different schools.
Ball will be thrown back into play by DaCosta. Rather, he'll hand that off to Grisham.
DaCosta was probably the player of the year in this new Prep Premier League that started this year that had Woodstock Academy, Northwood, and some of these residential programs. And it's a growing league that we're going to see probably more teams join in the next couple of years to give those independent residential programs a schedule. That actually have to fill out their schedule, sometimes playing against college reserve teams or small college programs.
Be a foul against Carp. DaCosta, Syracuse commit. He is a Prep Premier League champion, NEP SAC All-State in 2022.
Yeah.
Mundy inside. Finds DaCosta. DaCosta looking for Dueña. East with a little bit of control in the middle of the field now. Over the top. not able to connect that one with Sharif.
Yeah, I like this combination in the midfield now for the East with DaCosta and Dueña. I might have preferred to have seen them. I don't know. This is a good front-running group, too. I don't know if I would have paired them up with the previous front-runners, but yeah, there's some firepower out there. The East hopes aren't completely dead at this point.
How have you seen when these coaches bring in 23 different players from all over, only get 1 day of training together? How do they pair them out on the pitch?
Yeah, so like I say, some of them will go. Some of the coaches who've done this in the past would definitely keep players who are either club or high school teammates on the same line, just hoping that there's a little bit of familiarity. The reality is, a lot of these players are just so good, so adaptable that they can kind of create relationships quickly and work together and formulate. And look like they've been playing together for months.
Right.
When in reality they've been playing together, for 1-2 hour practice or whatever. But yeah, it's a tough call. I think a lot of times the coaches take some volunteers and try to figure out who might work best with each other. And at the end of the day, it's we're just going to give everybody the same number of minutes anyway.
Right.
So.
Ball played inside, over the head. Frank sees that one out for the West. Sometimes in these games, the hardest thing is remembering your teammates' names and making sure you're calling it out or making runs based off of your knowledge.
Yeah, I once played in the club all-star game as a goalkeeper, and I didn't even know the 4 defenders on my own team, so I just referred to them by their jersey numbers. That's all. That's all we could do. But I will say that the coaches who are involved here are usually high school teachers, and they understand classroom icebreakers. They understand teamwork and stuff like that. So there's usually some games they play to kind of get familiar with each other in a short amount of time.
Good defensive play by Waite, the Maize South product. Plays for Coach Ray Ramirez, who's coaching the West Side today. Today's high school All-American soccer games are proudly sponsored by Soccer Village, where you can find everything you need to play and enjoy soccer. Visit www.soccervillage.com for all the latest footwear drops from Nike, Adidas, Puma, and more. Check out their extensive selection of licensed replica jerseys. Need the essentials, ball bags, gloves, and guards? They have that covered too. Let Soccer Village take your game to the next level. Another corner kick for the East.
They've got to be pushing 10 corner kicks in this game.
More like 12.
Yeah,
and they haven't
so.
been able to put anything that's dangerous on frame. What do they need to change here to try and find something that will make Drexler have to make a save?
Well, I think we start with Sharif here in the middle. He
good start.
towers over a lot of people. I think it's going to be important to really get him into this play. They went too far post.
Cleared out by the West. With just under 9 minutes to go here from Division II Stadium in Charleston, South Carolina. Thanks so much for tuning in to the boys All-American game. Girls game ended in a win by the East. Right now, the West are beating the East 5-2. Played out wide to Frank. Frank with an option in line. Otto. And it's defensively well done by Karp to see that one out. Kieran Karp, the NC State commit from Pennington School, was the team captain this past season and the NJISSAA Prep A champion. Was a 2-time All-State first team as well.
Yeah, so Karp led a Pennington team that went undefeated, perfect record this year. An offensive juggernaut, that school was. And in the final, they beat St. Benedict's, ending St. Benedict's undefeated streak that had stretched to about 110 matches. So that was actually St. Benedict's first loss in about 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. In fact, the last team to beat St. Benedict's was Pennington Prep.
Pennington Prep. As Frank brings it up, shot, and stopped by Drexler. Rather, that's Cresswell in goal. Cresswell has had to come up with some really big saves for the East this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a nice strike from a defensive player.
Teddy Frank from Rockhurst High School, 45 career goals. Really used to coming out of the back line and taking those types of shots. Another substitution made for the East.
Yeah, so a lot of these kids, played on really highly successful teams that we've been talking about, and Frank's no different. Their team went 25-0 this year.
Header cleared out by the East. DeLong with no options passes it back, and that'll go out of bounds. Just under 7 minutes to go here between the East and the West. How have you seen this All-American game now on year 13 continue to improve from the investment from players, from coaches, and from people a part of this deal?
Yeah, so the biggest obstacle and hurdle for this game at times, other than some of the financial barriers of just putting together something like this, is actually just making sure you get buy-in from the high school coaches, because as Eric starts to collect a list of players to consider, he needs information. He needs information about players and access to certain players, and at first he was fighting an uphill battle because no one knew him, no one knew the game, and now it's to the point where he's able to make a phone call, and if the person doesn't know Eric or doesn't know what this is all about, he's got some content to show them what it's all about, and it kind of gets sold on the local level, so to speak. Go talk to this coach because he had a kid here, and now it's a lot easier to get kids to buy in and participate in this. He doesn't get as many thanks but no thanks responses like he used to do when he first started this game.
And that will be a foul in the direction for the West. It was a 1v1 battle towards the sideline. Eventually won by the West forward. Jack Mouse will take this kick for the West. It'll be an in-swinger. Mouse over everyone's head, and that will go out for a goal kick.
Yeah, so Jack is one of the players here who actually plays his high school ball for his father. His father has been the coach at Dublin Jerome High School since the school opened 19 years ago, and that's got to be a fun situation because I know his dad's in attendance today, getting a chance to watch his son play one last game. Interestingly, not coaching his son though.
Over the top, trying to connect with Otto. He puts it back across. Frank can't complete that header.
That's the type of teamwork that we see the West team brings to the table almost every year.
The teamwork in the sense that they're connecting in the final third.
Yeah, they're connecting those passes. They have a sense where each other's going to be, and then a lot of times finishing it.
East not able to connect that time in the final third. This will get passed back out wide and down the middle. Rettenmeyer. Under 3 minutes to go here from Charleston, South Carolina. And it is Sharif not able to get there in time for the East, as the West will take their time to restart it.
Yeah, they're in no hurry right now.
Ball all the way out wide to Mundy. Picks it up and not able to connect it with Ming. Ming making that streaking run right down the middle.
Yeah, that was a nice turn by Drew Roskis to start, get us into the play.
The West switches the point of attack, not able to connect. Broken up and chipped it up to Sharif. West will get a touch on it and break up the play. Mundy restarts it all the way to Carp, and East will swing this one around, looking for an option out wide. Under a minute to go. West lead this one 5-2. Will be a handball against the East. And the West will restart it in the attacking third. Ball inside the 18, cleared by the East. Picked up by Dueña. Inside to Ming. Option wide, and he hits it far over the crossbar. In an offside position anyway, and that should just about do it here from Division II Stadium. Drexler will restart it for potentially one last kick from the West. That is it between the East and the West. The West win 5-2 here at Division II Stadium. What did you see out of both of these sides that allowed for a competitive match, especially in the second half?
Yeah, I think a little bit of the depth of the East came back into play to make it a little bit competitive in terms of the back and forth. But I'm always, every year I come to this, super impressed with the West ability to work together and deliver results. I mean, this is 4 wins in the last 5 matches. The only non-win was a tie. Then you go back before that, it was kind of the West has really had the upper hand in this matchup over the years, and it's I think it's a credit to their ability to just be tough, hardworking, and finishing the opportunities they get. The East just can't quite put it together in terms of connecting those passes and making that proper right play at the last minute.
MVP for today's game for the West, Azard, who had a hat trick. That has to be the player who gets the MVP this afternoon.
I would think so. I'm still waiting on the official word from the director, because he's the one who names the MVPs for the East and the West. They talk to the coaches and make that happen. Maybe they had to wait a little longer to figure out who they're going to honor for the East, but I haven't heard yet.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today on PrepSoccer.com and TopDrawerSoccer.com. That is it for the All-American Games. The East girls win and the West boys win here today from Charleston, South Carolina. For my 2 analysts for today, Sheldon Sheeler and Mike McLaughlin, I'm Anna Whitty. Thank you for joining us, our entire crew, to our director and producer, Hannah Von Zup. We will see you next year for the 12th and 14th annual All-American Game. Have a great night.
Ilie can win MLS Cup with this kick.
Game on the line. How do I make the smart choice? I remember what's worked and what hasn't. This goalie knows exactly where I'm going to shoot. He's smart, but hesitant. I'm not, or I'm right, all in. So let it fly.
Yes! What a smart choice by Elie!
Continental, the smart choice in tires.